This story begins with a boy waking up in disbelief that he is exactly in the game he just finished, possessing a side character from the game. This is the Heroic Legends of Arhan, a world of great mages, warriors, and monsters that takes place in an academy, where hundreds of events, devastations, and the apocalypse itself will happen. And while he admires this new world, he is confident that everything will be resolved thanks to the main character, Park Sihoo, whom they are looking for as the starting point, finding him sitting in a park, agitated and shouting incoherently about food, as well as his interests and powers from other games. With this, the cheerful protagonist jumps on him, taking his hand to excitedly tell him that they are both possessed characters. And so begins his journey with Sihoo, who has the advantage of being the main character, which allows him to face great rivals, being infinitely superior to our protagonist. And although this possessed version of Sihoo knows nothing about the game, not even how to release his status window, so the protagonist will consider his lack of experience, suggesting statistics to improve as a mage. Besides telling him that they will soon find a book with techniques, asking him to trust him, and in all the knowledge of each of the game's routes, feeling like a professional, without noticing that behind him, a demonic dog was approaching. And Sihoo rescues him by forming a magic chain that destroys the monster, asking his friend if he is okay, who clearly is, with a smile dealing blows against the other monsters that appear. Together they form an excellent duo, thanks to Sihoo's advantages as the main character, and the protagonist's knowledge of the game, managing to save many people by defeating great monsters, and getting closer and closer to avoiding the apocalypse and returning to his land. That's how the protagonist remembered it, while they both rested on a mountain of defeated monsters, where Sihoo shared his special elixir with his friend, who owed him. Although upon seeing his team, he was disappointed to see it composed only of men, even though the game also functioned as a dating simulator, although if Juan left all the girls, or only included them out of necessity, complaining about parties full of muscle and sweat. This was the moment when the protagonist reflects that he should have suspected this, and the clear pattern of accumulated suspicions, like the Sword Emperor's granddaughter being eliminated before the entry ceremony, or the first boss of the game disappearing. This gave way to a series of mysteries, disappearances, and bloody murders that modified the original plot, exposing the truly twisted personality of Sihoo behind his pleasant smile, until everything culminated that day, when the protagonist looked terrified at the staff of Mariette Dunaloof, a heroine they never knew, hanging in a trophy room where she had followed Sihoo, after suspecting his nightly excursions, where she found other objects like Odachi, the sword of another heroine named Alicia, Yeager's mace and Lark's spell book, characters who had also appeared, and with his intense fear growing as he sees before him, a gigantic tank containing the preserved body of a girl he recognized as Mare, not realizing that the psychopath Sihoo appeared behind him, annoyed that his secret hiding place was discovered, ignoring all the protagonist's complaints about his cruel acts, in virtue of what the madman called efficiency, since he kept the demon and vampire to exploit their blood as a potent elixir, which the protagonist had drunk many times. Upon hearing this, the protagonist falls to his knees disgusted, asking why. Sihoo emotionlessly replied that he was simply looking for the most efficient route, as the protagonist's heroic route seemed bothersome to him because he protected people who couldn't be manipulated, and not getting rid of those he considered an obstacle. Sihoo justified himself by stating that, by doing so, he would become the best player. Sihoo's demented smile terrified the protagonist, who felt used, thinking that Sihoo was clearly never a novice, asking how many people he had eliminated, receiving a grim answer of almost 100,000. This was the breaking point for the protagonist, who lunged at him, calling him an inhuman bastard. For Sihoo, however, he had only eliminated worthless NPCs. Frustrated, the protagonist slams him against the tank, seeing the psychopath still smiling, accusing him that his supposed efficiency led him to take parts he doesn't even know how to use, and create a disturbing farm with a girl, instead of easily making the elixir from his mixing window, affirming that he was really just looking for an excuse to unleash his psychopathic tendencies. And finally, the madman got angry, slamming the protagonist's head against the tank. Enraged, he demanded that he thank him for protecting him all this time, looking at him with a psychopathic gaze, asking him to treat him as his everything, his world, basically his god, instead of worrying about what he literally called bitches. This makes the protagonist finally understand, twisting on the floor with so much shame that Sihoo is in love with him, trying to get away, asking him not to switch sides so quickly, now understanding why he usually recruited men. Sihoo tells him that the others are just for show, only loving one, the protagonist. This makes him try to desperately run away from the Yandere boy, not getting far when magical tentacles grab him, leaving him in a humiliating position in front of Sihoo, who claimed him as his own, stating that he was the only real one in that world. And with no possibility of escape, the protagonist found himself trapped while Sihoo prepared for the final part of the game, promising him that when everything was over, they would be together forever in that fake world. And the protagonist with no choice but to wait for Sihoo to finish off the final boss and complete his tragic destiny. But when the screen shows that Sihoo has lost, this leaves the boy submerged in his confinement, not knowing what will happen to him now, closing his eyes only to wake up right where he started, rewinding 3 years into the past, crying and trembling with frustration, promising this time to eliminate Sihoo, and thus we move to the Rodian River incident, where a dam would collapse, causing a flood that swept away the entire town, leaving thousands of water monsters dead. And facing the disaster, Sihoo only laughed with excitement, terrifying the protagonist, who didn't notice his friend's clear psychopathic tendencies, who only thought about taking all the experience from the disaster, remembering his true face, a homicide lacking in emotions, being the monster he must now stop. And the plot takes advantage of the fact that both are at the same level at that moment, having to prevent them from entering Markweva Academy, where the madman will become invincible, thinking that he is not yet the monster he met, doubting if he will have another chance to defeat him, running desperately through the mushroom-filled forest. And so we move to the tutorial mission, where they must rescue people in a broken carriage. Yunkai eliminates a unicorn rabbit, while a girl humbly thanks Sihoo, who at that moment seems kind, when the driver announces that the carriage has been repaired. The knights, Leon and Laura, prepare to continue their journey. These cheerful people are ready to leave, when a giant log is thrown directly at them, with Leon barely saving Laura, escaping the brutal attack, getting up ready to fight an opponent whom, by the cries it emits, he recognizes as a rank 4 werewolf. And right at that moment, the protagonist arrives in the distance to see the scene, thinking that he couldn't prevent the massacre, arriving late, as the wolf has brutally torn Laura apart with its claws. Leon tries to hold him back while the carriage and Zico escape, but the future psychopath wants to stay and help him. And at the same time, from among the trees, appears a female figure with a sword, just like the protagonist. Expectantly, he seeks to confirm if he is facing the original Sihoo, who will save the world, or the possessed madman who arrived in the world with him. It is precisely this one who confronts the colossal wolf, which has almost eliminated Leon, until the girl with the sword intervenes, attacking the werewolf. However, she cannot do much, falling right in front of Sihoo to protect him, and she is recognized by the protagonist as the second daughter of the swordsman Ard Alicha, possessor of one of the 6 swords of the king, Odachi. She concentrates on the wolf without noticing that Sihoo stabs her in the back, poisoning her, making the protagonist confirm his suspicions. The girl, still confused, sees the sadistic boy, who smiles pretending it was an accident, leaving her at the mercy of the wolf, which continues to attack her. And to the madman's surprise, the girl manages to defend herself more than expected. Resisting the wolf's blows, barely staying standing, and terrified, she activates her perfect footwork ability. Sihoo understands that the girl is about to win, something that clearly doesn't suit him, lunging with his dagger against the innocent girl, who barely manages to dodge the blow, furious, because she truly believed the first wound was an accident, and with her distracted the wolf attacks, until she manages to stop it as best she can by sticking her sword into its head. However, she is bitten by the wolf's inert body, which ends up crushing her, leaving the agonizing girl at the mercy of the mad boy. And he claims Dachai, although he cannot even use it, and with a sadistic smile remembers that he can gain experience, and thus he eliminates the owner. So the dying girl approaches, who looks at him with a vacant stare, about to be executed. And out of nowhere, a dust spore hits his face, agitating him, searching among the gloom of the forest for his attacker, while several unicorn rabbits run towards him. The protagonist explains that the mushrooms he collected earlier are spores that attract monsters, basically marinating Sihoo to be devoured by the creatures he is trying to defend himself from. The protagonist takes advantage of this to take the girl out of there and return for a wolf fang. However, he is surprised by Sihoo, who appears behind him after eliminating the monsters. Surprised, he stops to confront the boy he recognizes as Korin Lodge. Korin confirms that Sihoo does not recognize him. Taking advantage of this, he suggests that he hold his sword tightly, distracting him long enough to throw dust in his eyes. Sihoo, blinded, swings his sword frantically, while Korin remains calm. Despite the psychopath's lack of experience, Korin knows that Sihoo is still stronger than him. Therefore, he takes every opportunity, attacking with the fang and forcing him to retreat. The protagonist continues his frenetic attack, overwhelming Sihoo with constant blows until Sihoo only notices the fang, and not the dagger he suddenly pulls out, stabbing him in the shoulder, making Sihoo cry out in pain. The protagonist tries to finish him off with the fang, but is stopped at the last second, only piercing Zizou's hands, who holds him until Korin's strength prevails, burying the fang in his neck. And seeing the agonizing Sihoo, he thanks him for his help in becoming stronger in the next life. As life escapes Zizou's eyes, Korin takes the opportunity to make it clear that he does not regret eliminating him, and with the game entering an error state. The system, upon losing its main player, calculates the possibilities of crossing the story with the second option. Korin Lodge, successor to the martial arts master, the protagonist is happy to see that he will finally have a statistics window, forgetting that there is no dying girl by his side. She doesn't seem well, showing all the symptoms of royal tree frog poison. She also has a fang stuck in her abdomen, which forces Korin to detoxify her and stop the bleeding. Thus begins a strange process. First, he presses the girl's wound, then looks for something he can bite on to prevent hurting his tongue. With no better idea, he uses a corpse's arm. Then, for some reason, he takes off his shirt and adapts an unusual potion to extract the fang. While doing so, he reflects on why he traveled to the past, changing the course of events by eliminating the main player and saving someone he never knew. For the moment, that seems sufficient, and despite this, he still has to create the antidote. While the agonizing girl asks for the name of her savior, Korin prefers that she sleep until he finishes preparing the antidote, thinking it's better if no one knows him for the moment. Observing how the history has changed, since the protagonist was supposed to resolve the academy incidents and become the hero who would save the world from the countless monsters and the final boss, a task that Sihoo should have fulfilled, except that if he had tried to save the world in his past life, it was only so as not to be destroyed along with him. And now that he has eliminated the central character of the story, he must take this story into his own hands. But he is badly screwed, thinking that the system has something against him, restricting his access to all player systems like status windows, inventory, and others, now having to survive only with his knowledge of the future and his only virtue. His hard training during those 3 years to his limits, drawing a rune on the ground, which generates a circle of fire, knowing that oaths can be as simple as eating chicken, although that would barely give power. Therefore, his oath must be much more complicated, and having to be fulfilled until the end, choosing never to ignore the suffering of good people. This will increase his stats every time he completes a mission, but will give him a penalty if he fails to comply. The next commandment is the restriction, which will be not perceiving spirits. In that world, spirits are material entities of the elements. If he breaks this rule, he will suffer excessive damage. In turn, the restriction acts as a protection against them. And finally, the most dangerous one, the oath, being the main reason why neither Zihan nor Korin had used this magic before, since it represents the warrior's greatest ambition. And so now, with confidence, he swears that he will save the world. Upon completing the inscription, the commandments apply to his body, making him scream in pain, receiving the warning that if he breaks the oaths, his destiny will be death. And so later, Alicia wakes up in a hospital full of pain, to a nurse whom she asks where her savior is. Who just left? She tries to follow him, but clearly cannot due to all her injuries, finding only the belt used to apply pressure to her wound. For some reason, this leads her to ask the nurse, where do they sell candies? To which she replies that her diet is based on stew. 3 days later, Korin arrives at the academy ready for the inauguration event, looking for his student pass, but finding a letter from his father. In it, his father tells him how proud he is of him and how he hopes he helps many people. These words move Korin, who remembers that 3 years ago his relationship with his family did not start well. However, feeling at home, he ended up loving his family and the game, which always differentiated him from the psychopath Sihoo. And so, at the train station, many new students arrive at the academy, receiving a kind welcome from a blue-haired girl with a basket, cheerfully greeting everyone. She is Mariette Dunilov, who greets the protagonist right away, offering him a potato. Mariette is a second-year student and a first-class mage, adored by everyone thanks to her brilliant personality. However, Corin knows that many misfortunes will happen in this world, and a series of events that will change Mariette, turning her into the boss of the first act. And for now, the girl happily says goodbye to everyone on the train after having distributed all her potatoes. For his part, Corin heads to the academy's free hall, where a magic circle appears above them, terrifying the students, who are being transported to another place. Amid the chaos, a voice speaks to them, with a tone of disappointment for being so easily scared. And Corin, far from being intimidated, recognizes the voice as that of an old acquaintance, who has a habit of turning everything into a training session, while remembering how in that world the main enemies are the evil tribe, against whom superhuman beings, capable of using aura and mana, can fight. These warriors are trained at Merkava Academy, and thus they arrive at their destination, where a handsome man appears before them, and muscular professor named Fermag Danon from the Knight's faculty. Corin is happy to see him again, but it seems the professor does not share his enthusiasm, observing the students with disdain, pointing out that many upon entering the academy think they are special when they are nothing more than simple mortals, planning to measure their levels by forcefully opening their status window. Among them Corin's, who observes how all his levels are very low, classifying him in rank 6. And the professor affirms that they must be organized based on that number, much to Corin's embarrassment, who is among the weakest. And the professor, enjoying the humiliation, wishes them luck with a mocking tone. And from above, a blonde woman intervenes, stating that he should not subject those belonging to the first rank to tests, or second rank. Among them is Alicha, the Avaloan druid named Jewel, the mercenary master of the sword Dromguarski, the sorcerer Golm Crane Ludin, and the only one of rank 1, the celestial Yaksha Jaguran, a woman with a demonic aura that unsettles the blonde instructor, who is wondering how they allowed her entry. At that moment, an arrogant old man suggests getting rid of the rank 6s, and perhaps also the rank 5s, which infuriates the instructor, who with a dominatrix attitude reminds him that he must obey the teaching orders of the director. The dissatisfied old man obeys, initiating the combat, and a huge weapon box is placed in front of the students, and they are announced that monsters will soon appear. Corin observes the situation and realizes how atypical the test is, thinking about how they are expected to face monsters without training, and looking through the weapon box, remembering that most will opt for simpler options, like a sword, which is exactly what he did in his first attempt, and with time running out, signaling the arrival of rank 5 bone creatures. Corin prepares, knowing that handling a sword is much more difficult than it seems, no matter how cool it looks, which is why he chooses the best option for novices, a spear, which he throws against the first of the bone creatures, terrifying the others. They attack him as a group, but are quickly eliminated by the confident protagonist, who uses his experience. The fight ended quickly. Corin waits for the next wave of monsters, but time passes, and nothing happens, and his confident pose turns into a desperate caricature as he thinks the system has glitched. Meanwhile, the other cadets run, cry, and are crushed by the bone creatures, which disappoints the arrogant old man, who feels he is wasting time with the 6th rankers. However, he notices Corin sitting and yawning, believing he hasn't faced the monsters yet, so he summons them again, only for Corin to quickly eliminate them again. The old man, focused on observing the higher ranks, doesn't see what happened, seeing Corin bored again, almost falling asleep, thinking the system must be malfunctioning, something that, according to a taller old man, had never happened in 20 years. The arrogant old man insists, summoning monsters again to prove his point, but is silenced when Corin, annoyed by the repetition, eliminates them in a single attack, setting a new record. The astonished old men ask Fermac what the record for the highest ranks is. He replies that it is 3 minutes, leaving the arrogant old man speechless, who, still skeptical, attributes Corin's success to a stroke of luck. Moving to the next level, a rank 4 boar, which Korin turns into cooked pork pieces in 3 seconds. Then he sends a rank 3 owlbear. This one does give the protagonist trouble, as its blows are too strong, having to dodge them, since his attacks have no effect until he puts distance between them and activates the fire rune magic. Roasting the half-bird, the magic used alerts the other professors, while Korin continues dealing with the monster, now engulfed in flames and resisting falling. Luckily, the flames blind them, which Korin takes advantage of to jump, and finish it off with a single blow straight to the head. The taller old man, astonished, recognizes that Korin is not an ordinary student and regrets that the test reached that level. Excited, he wonders how Korin will face the evil spirits. However, the boy, despite feeling the summoning, sees nothing, supposing it is a spirit he cannot perceive due to his restriction. He waits a minute, and when nothing happens, he gives up, leaving the room and cheerfully greets the conceited old man. Outside, all the cadets talk about their achievements, some barely advancing a couple of rounds, and others boasting about having defeated all the monsters. Among them, a muscular, tattooed blonde named Yeger Inchpetter, whom the protagonist recognizes as an arrogant person who seeks to fight the main character of the game. From the beginning, however, in the case of the psychopath Sihoo, he had eliminated him, as he bored him. But Korin recognizes that if the blonde is annoying and arrogant, that attitude is common among teenagers. And also in the place, a small boy named Lark, who has a great inferiority complex, was speaking ill of them, who in the game's story also ended up trying to annoy Sihoo, and ended up like Peter. And now they are interrupted by the voice of the director, Iryu Kazar, who is giving them a motivational speech, speaking about how they are there to take the first step, even if they don't know if they will achieve their goals, hoping the best for all the students, who listen attentively, marking the end of his speech, and bidding farewell with a big smile. After dispersing, Yeager approaches Lark to bother him about his rank. He can do nothing until Korin appears, hugging Yeager as if he had known him for years, to start washing his tattoos, especially one that indicates his blood type in case of emergency. Yeager excitedly tells him that his mother is an expert tattoo artist and took care of designing them, cheerfully telling them about that style, while Korin remembers how in his past life, Yeager's mother cried heartbroken looking for her missing son. This moves Korin, but now he sees Yeager as an excessively cheerful boy who boasts about his tattoos. And the blonde introduces himself as a good friend to Korin and ends up including Lark, making the conversation fill with laughter and fun, with Alicia observing the scene surprised by the way the protagonist calmed the bullying, seeing him as a good person, while Korin observed him as a manipulative demon who had also managed to gain Lark's trust, who had memorization skills to learn abilities, which technically got him a free ability book. And so life in the academy begins, enjoying the advantages, such as the fact that the cafeteria and the dormitories are free. However, what interests him most are the training halls, training grounds where the impossible becomes possible. There he can practice with spiritual entities, confronting them, while the second-year students are amused to see a rookie practicing in that place. And behind them, Mari watches very interestedly, while the protagonist receives a strong, invisible blow to the face, falling to the ground, enduring the mockery of the spectators, until the tall old man appears behind him, who asks him why he practices with the spiritual beings. The protagonist tries to answer casually, but he knows the old man suspects him, and observing his gaze, which shifts from serious to that of a good-natured old man admiring his fighting spirit, gifting him food vouchers, and asking him to look for him when he achieves his goal. And the protagonist, more worried seeing the old man as a pleasant subject, decides to continue his training under Mari's gaze, and so he fights again as best he can against a visible spirit, receiving a strong blow to the ribs that leaves him on the ground. Exhausted, and a towel falls on him. The one who placed it was Mari, who also carries a glass where she literally creates water, worried about all the work the boy has been doing, asking him to relax, and he will be able to improve little by little, achieving his goal next time. But he feels there is no next time, remembering how 3 years ago, he had all the advantages of a protagonist, like a status window, potions, and skill books from the combination window. However, now that he is gone, he cannot afford to give up, drinking the glass of water, getting up and continuing to fight, seeking to verify how many of his abilities from his other life he can use there. practicing those skills, among which are the ominous snake stab, the tiger wind swing. His block, mountain twists, and stabs, giving his all, while remembering how he was never strong. He had no magic power or aura, only Sihoo and his knowledge of the future, which was useless against monsters or geniuses. That's why he had to work harder than the rest, that being his best quality, practicing harder than anyone, until it appears that the spear slips from his hands. Mary, seeing this, thinks he is giving up, but no, Korin is using a special technique to let go and grab his spear in a quick move, which he performs once more, forming his slippery calamity snake move, a mega spear strike that ends up raising a large shockwave around, surprising Mary, who, unable to call him outstanding or strong, simply remains perplexedly grateful at the incredible image of Korin, completely dazzling her, and before collapsing straight to the ground, completely sore. And with his spear broken, Mari runs towards him, while he thinks that the first thing he must fix about his ability is his body. Exactly the next day, when the cheerful Mari guides the rookies through the school facilities, Korin thinks about solving his current lack of strength, seeking to raise his physique. Without relying on elixirs, he decided that this way he would not only have an alternative, but also the commandments. So he will take advantage of those small moments, starting by fulfilling his promise not to ignore the misfortunes of others, observing the poor and unfortunate Lark, whom he decides to invite to eat very cheerfully. And during the meal, they talk about grimoires, surprising the boy by commenting that it is an artifact that allows acquiring corresponding magic or traits. And so, to look for it, they head to the huge academy library, which is supposed to store and transmit the knowledge of humanity to future generations. However, for Korin, it is just a place where the grimoires he is looking for are hidden. The protagonist explains all this to the boy, while Lark replies that he will do what he says always. And when he fulfills his promise, Korin seems to accept, with the intention of taking Lark's spell book, which is a compilation of all spells and types of magic. Although he knows it will be difficult to use something like that with his current skill level, he thinks he could solve it with the grimoire, starting to throw several books on the floor, annoying Lark, who thinks he is just playing, only to turn around and find a secret passage, not understanding how the protagonist found it, who enters cheerfully. As they walk down a long corridor, he reminds Lark to fulfill his promise, which seems to repel evil spirits, although he doesn't understand how and fails to ask when the protagonist already smashes a brutal blow into his face, taking on a more demonic personality, ready for the next phase, and thus he checks the boy, who genuinely wanted to help, while also wanting to complete the location's special mission. To find the piece he needs, he must face an enormous and colossal problem, the Duke of Savantia, a special evil spirit, which he sees as a very complicated problem since he must capture a spatial spirit, when he can't even see an ordinary one, not noticing that it is slowly approaching him, until the Duke launches an attack that passes through Korin without harming him, and he remembers that most would fall there, except him, since his restriction activates. This makes the furious Duke prepare another mega attack against the protagonist, which also doesn't harm him at all. Although in theory, Korin knows well that his blows could hurt him. The main problem is that he cannot see him, so he kindly asks him to possess the Ark so they can fight, remembering how in that world there are elemental factors that are capable of turning normal humans into half-demons like vampires and werewolves, just as happened with the Duke, who one day woke up as a vampire with a thirst for blood that was quenched by a servant. And because of this, he tried to stop his vampiric impulses, failing in the process and turning into a complete monster. Terrified of harming his wife and son, he decided to end it by evacuating his family and sealing his castle, using magic to seal it in a book, which is precisely the grimoire Korin is looking for. And so we return to the present, with Lark running at full speed over the protagonist, who thinks the Duke has become a simple, enraged vampire, remembering the second reason why he chose Larg for that mission, as when possessed, his physical power would be elevated to its maximum potential, which for the protagonist's convenience in Larg's case is almost nil. This allows him to give him a devastating slap, knocking him unconscious, thinking that theoretically, if he eliminated him right now, he could take the best items like the Duke's cape, or the vampire's armor, precisely the items that Sihoo used, being relevant in the future. But he has no intention of following in the footsteps of that trash, so he begins to talk to the Duke, offering to tell him about his wife and daughter and what became of their lives after he was sealed, giving him a kind smile that makes the Duke listen attentively to the story. He related how his wife had passed away sometime after leaving the castle, and how his daughter became an excellent adventurer who traveled the world. And seeing the Duke's joy at the story, Korin remembered how unlike Sihoo, he had a kind family, which led him to empathize with the Duke, hoping to help him rest in peace. And with the Duke crying upon finishing listening to the story, he apologized for attacking him, although the protagonist knows that he was being attacked by the Ark's force. It doesn't even count, and upon finishing, Korin obtained the Duke's special soul dust, and a grimoire of abilities that were learned just by reading it. He learned precisely the warrior generation, persistent, which regenerates health as long as he maintains strong willpower, a skill that Sihoo possessed, but he could never see why the wretch never got hurt. And at that moment, Lark seemed to wake up. Korin asked him to take things calmly, explaining that he had been possessed by an evil spirit, whom he also blamed for the tremendous jaw pain the boy had, silencing his complaints by handing him the grimoire. Exciting him, this makes Korin happy, as he chose Lark to see the cute reaction of someone who achieves their goals after much effort. And with the mission completed, Korin obtained 80 experience points, the equivalent of leveling up 16 times in the game. However, upon not leveling up, he assumed he had only gained the points, so he left the place carrying the small Lark. While the system indicates that he had earned 40 points for each mission, Lark's and the Duke's. And so we move to the training room, where Mari cheerfully hands out potatoes, although she is really looking for the protagonist to ask him if he will insist on fighting spirits. And with the affirmative answer, she decides to support him with a smile, making the other boys in the place jealous, who undervalue the protagonist, and so the mage decides to bet gold on whether that boy will achieve his goal, forming a small betting pool. Faced with Korin's complaints about not being able to train peacefully, he enters absolute concentration mode, wanting to test how strong he became after the mission, starting by testing his sinister snake techniques against some weak spirits, thinking it would take him a little work at first, but to everyone's surprise and his own, he eliminated his rival with a single attack. Marie was quick to congratulate him for achieving it on the first try with that technique, which worried Korin upon noticing that he was drawing a lot of attention from the girl, who seems to follow his movements with ease. However, she cheerfully handed him his share of the bets, leaving Much crying on the floor for having lost his money. And although at first it seemed that Korin had no interest in money, he ended up greedily accepting it, recognizing Lolita, who was the young mage. And so during the night, they enjoy a late-night snack in the hallways, remembering how hard he worked to polish his martial arts, but being stuck at the 5th step of enlightenment, being far from the last step, although he is calmed by his current best aspect, seeing that his main problem is that he doesn't have enough mana to use runes well, thinking that will be his next move, until a voice stops him dead in his tracks. He is the only character she cannot surpass, and whom even Shishu could not eliminate. The little priestess Ran, whom he prefers to ignore. However, she will not let him go, stating that she knows very well that the body he inhabits is not his, making the protagonist go cold upon being discovered, counting that Ran came from the Giantchi class, beings formed by corpses composed of human souls, and monsters. Thanks to this, she possessed the ability of one of her eyes, which could see between life and death. Distinguishing the color of souls, it was easy for her to distinguish the protagonist's secret, who with a serious expression asked Korin how it felt to crush the original soul of the body he inhabited. However, an unconcerned Korin replied that he didn't know, and although he knows that was a big trauma in his past life, now he must debate whether he was truly the same Korin, with the memories of the kinesiologist, who entered military service or vice versa, reaching the conclusion that it was useless to keep rationalizing, since they were very different from Rand's case, as she was indeed born in that body. The girl furiously confronts him for having usurped a body over which he has no right. The protagonist has no better idea than to tell her the story of a subject from his world named Bruce, who turns into a green giant when he gets angry, and whose personalities hate each other, something Rand clearly doesn't understand. Rand didn't fully understand the story, but Korin's point was clear. In his case, both the original soul and his own coexisted, forming a new entity born in that body. And the fact of being born is not a sin. Rand furiously claims that in that world the mere fact of being born like that is considered a sin. This leads to their final exchange of glances before Korin simply withdraws. And so the next day, the protagonist arrives at the south side of the academy, waking up early to check the notice board, where major or minor positions are found to level up. However, now his attention focuses on Alicia, who is watching the board very intently, remembering that she doesn't have much information about her thanks to Sihoo. Greeting her, making her jump startled to return the greeting. Curious, Korin asked her why she was so interested in the missions, if she had a good rank. Embarrassed, Alicia confessed that she needed money. Korin reminded her that theoretically she should receive a scholarship, but she explained sheepishly that she couldn't receive that benefit due to belonging to a rich family. Furthermore, her family's libertarian style forced her to earn her own money, as she didn't receive a cent from her parents, which makes the protagonist feel sorry for her, so he suggests she take a patrol mission, which is relatively simple and very well paid. Excitedly, she accepts, asking him to go together, but he has other plans, not wanting to lose all his rest, looking for something easier, like rescuing a badly behaved kitten to return it to its family. Not for experience or pay, but for the commandment, since by rescuing the kitten from the monsters and taking it to its little owner, he has saved a life and prevented the girl from getting depressed, activating the commandment, and earning 5 points. And confirming what he suspected, Korin laughed maniacally, frightening the young woman. And realizing that he could earn points by doing trivial good deeds, Korin began a hunt for good deeds. And he saved an intimidated girl, and recovered lost rings, and even stopped to carry out a much more important mission in his opinion. In a charming restaurant, the muscular Korean version of Colonel Sanders was desperate to find an ingredient that would improve the flavor of his chicken. Until surprisingly, Korin, with a demonic look, suggested adding starch syrup, and left quickly. Intrigued, the colonel followed the advice, achieving a surprising result. According to the protagonist, he had created something he could never live without: fried chicken. To his surprise, he earned 5 points for this, although he was only looking to satisfy his selfish craving, and he was happy to have earned the points, reacting so exaggeratedly that he shouted in the middle of the city like a madman, being watched from a distance by Ran, who considers him a weirdo. At that moment, Josephine appears, reminding him that he cannot leave without her permission, although the girl ignores her, and continues watching the horizon, remembering how Korin told her with a smile that it is not a sin to be born, while others hated her from birth. And so time passed, and the day came for the first-year students to take a survival test on the home grounds. The objective was to cross a forest to reach a cabin, with Korin examining the terrain, grateful that Ra was not participating. And then Alicia appears, very cheerful, thanking him that thanks to his suggestion, she managed to earn enough to survive. Happy for her, Korin gave her a candy, which excited the girl as if she were a child, until they were interrupted by the instructor, Madame Josephine, the only mage capable of using spatial magic on so many people. Korin is happy that the Great Witch had not changed, observing how everyone appears on the home grounds, where some start fighting from the beginning, remembering that the point of the event is a battle royale, where points stolen from the bracelets are accumulated, going through several fights, looking for the target with the most points, which is Alicia, onto whom he placed a tracking rune on her candy, searching for her with the face of a deranged pervert while thinking about catching her. On the other hand, outside the forest, Josephine goes to watch the boys until she notices that Ram is missing. The director casually informs her that he is entering the forest with a big smile, causing the instructor to become terrified, while Ram seems to be going after Korin, and Alicia defeating a group of boys who complain that the girl is too strong, while she complains that they are too weak, not knowing that a boy is attacking her from behind, who is knocked out easily, but this time a blow comes from the forest, courtesy of the sadistic Korin. And although Alicia thinks he arrived to save her, he is actually in demon mode, ending up frightening the girl, who cries feeling betrayed, while the boy suggests she kindly hand over her bracelet, starting his attack, while remembering that the girl is currently far from being the strongest in her rank, seeing that she is still inferior to the true genie of the family, her sister, but she is strong enough to defeat an entire group of 4th-rank boys and 3rd-rankers, and although in theory Korin couldn't against her, he manages to make her retreat through sheer force. She believes the protagonist has her cornered with his frantic movements, but according to her, they leave a small gap, trying to take advantage of it, falling for Korin's plan, who blocks her. Then he sends his weapon downwards, leaving her defenseless, and with Aisha's guard completely exposed. Corin threw a powerful blow that sent her flying. Aisha managed to stop herself in midair, thanks to her aura, emerging almost unscathed, but somewhat sore, and while recovering, she reflected on Corin's technique, who was neither the strongest nor the fastest, but had absolute control over his movements. While Corin, satisfied with having obtained the bracelet, lost interest in the fight, and he mocked the young woman. However, a loud sound alerted him, moving quickly to block. A brutal attack coming from an ironstone magic sword, which returned to its owner's hands. Drone Worski, who demanded that Corin leave the bracelet and get out of there. Seeing him, the protagonist remembered how Drone had defeated hundreds of knights without barely taking damage, recognizing that he was clearly superior to Licha, and decided he didn't want trouble with him. And with no other alternative, he did the most logical thing in that situation: run at full speed. Drone, confused at first, decided to chase him to recover the blue bracelet, and thus a chase began through the forest, with Corin running at full speed, terrified and wondering why a mercenary would chase him with such aggression. And to complicate things, Alicia, still crying, ran behind Corin, as she didn't want to be left alone in the forest. Finally, they reached the delivery cabin, where an orange-haired girl named Cranel was waiting for them, who planned to take their bracelets, and Corin found himself trapped between two overly strong rivals, but he decided not to back down anymore. To Alicha's surprise, who sees how he prepared for combat, while his two adversaries approached closer and closer. And so time passed, with Corin taking first place with 3 blue bracelets, astonishing the cabin attendant. She claims he was just lucky, remembering how in the battle, under Alicha's astonished gaze, he controlled the sword attacks to direct them against the golem, and then brought the golem against Dram, who neutralized him in the process, and he only had to deal with Cranel, seeing how he basically pitted them against each other, taking the grand prize. Alicia thus understands that Corin seems to have too much combat experience, thanks to his control and training, understanding that she must also strive. For his part, the defeated drone on the ground kept reflecting. The humiliated Cranel received advice from Corin. A golem is too large and slow a target, needing a companion to protect him if the giant fails. However, Cranel sadly replied that she had no friends, making him even sadder. And in this way, the protagonist remains in the minds of the 3 for different reasons. While on the game map, the strongest is still Joel, fighting against the forest monsters, represented by an excessive Marie, who ends up causing a large explosion with her whip attack, leaving the poor Joel soaked and crying, who then cheerfully introduced herself, although Marie would later have a problem, encountering an angry Ran head-on, who is dragging a large number of knocked-out boys, who conveniently resemble Corin. The cold girl notices him, understanding who she is looking for. Ran pays him no attention and walks past, until she is stopped by a wall created by Mari, who, due to her monster quality, cannot let her go, clearly annoying her. Meanwhile, Corin was selecting his reward from a variety of items. For his plans, he chose a mandrake seed, spending almost all his points, and with the remainder he bought vegetable supplements and earmuffs, leaving the place satisfied and cheerfully seeing that Yeager and Lark had also finished the event well, earning some points by working together. Both very encouraged, they prepared to continue training, and Corin decided to join them, suggesting bringing Cranel to help her find a new golem core, although they end up trying to restore it right there. Meanwhile, Drone gives up seeing his broken weapons, and the injured Alicha walks through the forest. Only Jewel remains, who seems to arrive half-dead, worrying Corin, who checks on her hearing the girl mention Marie. Corin thought that probably the ice genie had overdone it in her confrontation, but the agonizing green mage asks Marie to escape, while a great stampede of animals occurs. Remembering how the genie Marie, heir to Madame Giuseppine, was a skilled warrior who had never succumbed to despair, until now that she finds herself being defeated by a dangerous Ran, whom she tries to contain with elemental magic, believing that she must keep her promise to the professors not to use intermediate magic, but she has actually resorted to using even advanced magic without managing to stop the priestess, who brutally kicks her. Marie fell to her knees, barely conscious, begging her not to approach, trying to defend herself against what was described as something that is not a mage, nor a knight, nor even a monster, but a natural disaster in human form. Marie screamed desperately not to come closer. Just when Joe finishes, she appears stopping Ran, worried about her apprentice who ends up fainting. And so time passes, and Korin sees how that training left many surprises, like him being victorious being a rank 5. As for Mari, who would end up very injured in the hospital, he was worried, because he thought she was going to be the future final boss, but for now she was fine. And Korin thinks he still has time for that event, while his preparations continue. Applying fake tears, he fakes an unrealistic fall, throwing a seed into the Mandrake River, and falsely crying out loud, until he reaches his objective, the single-use event of the Taoist hermit's pond. According to Japanese teachings, he is an old man who offered ancient reflection to woodcutters who dropped their axes, helping them recover them, but offering them one of silver and another of gold. This trick worked with weapons, but also with different objects, which he himself tested during his time as a player. Thus beginning the game, the old man offers him the gold seed, but the protagonist rejects it, repeating the same with the silver one, receiving the original seed again, thanking him with his fake tears. So the Taoist old man tells him that by not seeing greed, by not accepting the better seeds, he will give him all three, thus fulfilling his objective. And now, he must worry about the event that will turn Mari into the first boss again, because of the encounter in the vampire city. Although he doesn't know how these demonic powers awaken, he still has time to prevent it, remembering that this is why he showed his power to the second rankers, thinking of awakening their admiration so they would agree to form a group with him, seeking to become strong enough to manage to save Marie, who will awaken in a few weeks, although it seems she has already awakened. Meanwhile, Korin thinks about helping Alicia, giving mercenary jobs to Drone, persuading Joel, and approaching Cranel, thinking everything will be a piece of cake as long as there are no unexpected variables. But to add to his luck, there is one, when Mari wakes up directly as a vampire in front of her companion. And while Ran remembers how Josephine punished her for what she did, confining her to a tower, where Korin appears hanging upside down, bringing her a dessert. However, Ran gets angry because he is breaking the rules, but he thinks there is no problem if Josephine doesn't find out. And Korin is worried about the girl's condition after the battle, but seeing her without a single scratch. He considers her punishment excessive, but this changes when he learns that Josephine simply left her there and disappeared for 4 days, falling to the ground in surprise at the girl's unconcerned look. And from the ground, Korin worries that Josephine left the most dangerous student in the academy alone. And then he sees Dana, the magic faculty teacher, and Furmak running desperately looking for something, understanding that something bad is happening, and so he decides to visit Marie in the infirmary. But the guard Crone denies him entry, trying to win him over with food, and Crone accepted. And he started eating, but the protagonist had activated a rune on the food, which caused him tremendous stomach pain, and thus leaving the entrance unprotected. Taking the opportunity to enter and find where Mari was supposed to be, the girl was missing, Isabel with fang marks on her neck. Unfortunately, this confirms his suspicions. Mari has awakened as a vampire ahead of schedule. Remembering the 4 phases of combat against Mari in the game, the first consisted of defeating the weak monsters, the second containing her with magic circles while looking for an opportunity to harm her, the third overcoming the enemy's blood dominion, and the fourth a direct confrontation. Knowing that technically, the first 3 phases were achievable with the best first-year students, except Licha, who is injured thanks to him, and Drone's weapons were also destroyed by him. The golem's core is damaged, also because of him, basically ruining his own plans. And remembering that in his past life in the Fog City, they had found a powerful blood vampire who would transform Marie. And some time later, she would attack her roommate and escape, if Joe let her flee on purpose to capture her later. And now with Alice's broken arm and Cranel's destroyed weapons, his only option is Ran. Although she is more dangerous than the vampire herself, having to resort to his last options. First, he hires Drone to find Marie without eliminating her, although the boy does not agree to get into such big trouble, and even less with one less sword thanks to the protagonist. So to convince him, he offers as collateral the 100% pure soul dust of the Duke, making him easily agree. And with this mission accomplished, he goes to recruit Yule, offering her to find a book in her original dialect. This also succeeds. Finally, only Jegger remains, and Lark wanting to convince them in the worst way possible by offering them low pay, high danger, and as a reward only honor and fame. Luckily for the boys, they are obsessed with being heroes and join the group, with the muscular one, support, and enough backup for the first phase, they walk through the dark forest, this being the only option. And remembering his past life, Marie hid in a hole in the forest, crying as she said. So he supposed she would be in the only similar place in the entire academy, the hunting lodge. However, he still didn't know how to find her. And so he used his first plan, Joel, who uses her abilities, and asked the forest spirits, which amazed everyone except Corin, since he couldn't see spirits. And the spirits revealed Marie's location, who is very close, and the protagonist, who is attacked by a werewolf. Although they defeated him quickly, they were soon surrounded by a horde of monsters. Jaeger confidently went ahead, but ended up trapped. Corin took command and organized the team. Lark and Joel covered him while he led the attack, barely managing to advance, with Drone fighting by his side. And recognizing that Cory is not only a great fighter, but also a born leader, he thought that the academy ranks did not truly reflect the abilities. And Jaeger during the battle asked where Marie was, since she clearly didn't appear. Lark supposes that she controls the pack of monsters. However, after finishing off the last one, Cory explains to him that Marie doesn't control them, but that they simply follow their instincts, escaping from something more powerful, the ice vampire herself who arrives in front of them, and thus Marie finally appeared. Everyone preparing for battle, Corin decisively positioned himself at the front, ready to save the girl, this being his first mission to save the world, and he was not planning to fail, and thus with the mission to stop Marie. Corin finds himself facing his own commandment to ignore the misfortune of others. His only mission then is to save the girl, who approaches like a monster, but her eyes are full of tears and pain. This worries everyone, except for Drone, who tries to eliminate her, but is stopped by the Ark's technique, which is very advanced for a newly awakened vampire. Connie was not overly worried, knowing that having awakened recently, Marie could not use magic, nor mana at maximum until she received blood from her mother. But Drone did not share that confidence, pointing out that the orb blocked one of the greatest weaknesses of mages, defense, and the situation worsened when Marie used a long-range blood attack. Corin desperately turned to Joel, who, feeling in her element, blocked the attack with trees that grew rapidly thanks to her magic. But the effort took its toll, leaving her visibly exhausted since she had used her energy a few days earlier. Thinking that the fool of a protagonist made an absurd promise trying to save the girl, and Corin, still confident, asked Joel to hold on a little longer, while he executed his 5-move strategy. Joel trusting him, but knowing that her energy was at its limit, she continued with the plan. And Corin understood that in the first phases of combat, Marin used all her power, so he had to take advantage of that initial advantage. The first step was to send Lark and Jewel to a safe place behind her. Despite the protests of both, they finally obeyed, leaving Corin with Jaeger and Drone at the front, while Jewel recited a spell to summon the forest spirits. And Corin remembered a crucial moment, where in her final arc Jewel summons an unknown being called the Wicker Man, a gigantic entity made of wood, and with her help, Jewel managed to attract the creatures ahead of time, surprising even herself. And the next step consists of Jaeger throwing the owl golem made of wood that they left alive while they were fighting. Jaeger obeys, activating the golem sacrifice. It begins to move with the Wicker Man furiously attacking Marie. Jewel, heartbroken by the sacrifice, strives to maintain control. Corin begs her to resist, or they will all die. The giant already begins to attack furiously, but the ice starts to hit the golem, worrying the warriors, except Corin, who trusts that the fire will win. But this changes when the fire goes out, and the golem falls spectacularly in front of them. Corin feels everything getting complicated with the powerful vampire woman in front of him. Since Jewel is powerless, Corin asks her to retreat, although she doesn't want to leave him. However, she obeys knowing she could be a hindrance. Jaeger asks if they can really manage alone. Corin traces a long silence and waits for the exact second to start the second phase, making everyone run at full speed, dodging Mari's blood attacks, toward whom he throws a sword at full pressure. It is stopped by Mari's orb, but Jaeger takes the opportunity to use his damage ability, brutally hitting with his hammer and shattering the girl's shield. However, confidence breaks when Phase 3 begins. Maria activates the Blood Realm, unleashing all her blood power and trapping them in a gigantic sphere of blood. The allies are heavily wounded, except Corin, who barely manages to stay standing, believing he knew what that phase meant. And once the Blood Realm is activated, It was necessary to have a companion capable of countering the enemy's dominion. But there was no one left in condition to help. And determined, Korin understood that he would have to face the monster Maria had become alone. And the vampire woman, now in her most powerful form, summoned a blood jackal. A colossal jackal formed from the energy of her realm. And now we move to an ancient blood moon, where Maria remembers that it was normal for a human being to feel fear at the possibility of dying. And that fear seemed to manifest in the desperate air of the warrior facing his end. That air started from the tip of his feet to his burning throat, a sensation that led her directly to the neck, of what she saw as simple cattle, resisting death. Without thinking, she bit him, watching as while her victim cried. Her teeth tore through his skin to settle into the blood vessels, absorbing that red liquid, enjoying the pain of others, as if it were a melody, bringing warmth to every part of her cold body. However, upon feeling satisfied, she broke out of that trance, seeing the grim scene she had caused. Her friend Isabel lies on the ground, exhaling faint moans of agony. The sounds in the room cease, giving way only to the echo of her beating heart, which seems to explode, and the blood tastes delicious, but at the same time repulsive. Her body was overflowing with vitality. She feels heavy seeing her friend, crying in pain for what she has done. She is full of shame, running towards the forest with a hungry stomach. And now we return to Korin, facing a huge blood jackal. It releases spores that he easily bats away while running to attack it. However, the jackal releases several mini jackals from its chest, and Korin uses his spear techniques and skills from the 5 steps, eliminating them with ease, showing that arrogant creature that he expected more from. This infuriates the creature, which seems to disappear with one movement. Korin knows the enemy moves fast, faster than his eyes, so he takes the opportunity to teach it a lesson, remembering that techniques don't just win battles, but the tactics that are executed well, looking for weak points, suddenly turning around, surprising the jackal that appears right behind him. Korin, smiling as he understands its patterns, takes the opportunity to use his footwork technique with the dragon thrust, which ends up eliminating the entire domain, which begins to crumble before the protagonist, who falls to the ground while watching the agonizing jackal. This earns Korin's admiration, who sees how it only wanted to protect its creator, so he promises to save her. But now Marie is in front of him, entering her final phase, throwing herself against him, who, motionless, remembers how in that phase Marie leaves a group member in critical condition, while the others fight to stop her with all their strength, regretting having arrived alone. And he resigns himself, accepting that he lost, finally falling under Marie's bite, who watches his blood making him feel life escaping his body. But he is determined to endure it, thanks to the warrior's regeneration, showing all his willpower, while losing liters of blood, remembering the words of the kind original Marie, who always said happily while handing out potatoes, "Take it easy or you will choke." It was a warm hug that ends up awakening Marie, believing that even the Duke of Savantia ended up consuming the blood, and the life of her servant in her vampiric awakening, observing that not even such a great and powerful historical commander managed to resist the thirst for blood. However, Marie in her past life spent a month feeding exclusively on the forest monsters, and although this only worsened her thirst and pain, she never eliminated a human being in the entire month it took Sihoo to capture her. That's why Korin hoped there was another way. Seeing Mari crying in front of him and apologizing, he couldn't help but feel grateful. Despite everything, she was still a first-rank mage, happy that she regained control, understanding that it was a principle equal to Sihoo, since he saw Mari as a simple character. But his master's teachings in that world completely changed him, remembering how he protected him in the past, giving his life for him, and inheriting his teachings. Korin decides to smile at the possibility of being different from the mad Sihoo, fulfilling his mission to save Mari and taking 100 points. And so time passed, and apparently everything is calmer in a space prison created by Giuseppe, where Mari is happy to eat potatoes again when she receives the surprise from Korin, who almost makes her swallow them, with her almost dying from a potato, while he asks Giuseppe for permission to enter. She thinks about it, but he trusts his friend, finally entering the cell. Inside, we see how Mari struggled to swallow, and Korin, amused, suggested she shouldn't eat potatoes without water, getting too close, causing her to call him a pervert, and she taps him, kicking him out of the place, while he also complains about the previous bite. And now calm, each one is on a different side of the room. Apologizing for getting so close, Mari also apologizes, remembering how frightened she got during her confrontation with Ran. This, according to Korin, is his direct responsibility, since it was his fault they ended up meeting. And she got so scared ending up using her immense power of my human, making her sink into such despair, that she awakened her vampiric side. Mari apologizes for not being. Like Korin, someone with the mentality of never giving up, remembering him as someone great during his training with the spirits, even though he believes he wasn't that special. And he is happy because everything ended in a happy ending, comforting Mari by expressing that she is a good, pretty person, and nice, and that he hopes her ending is with her being happy. This blushes and embarrasses Mari so much that without letting Korin see her face, she prefers to kick him out of the place, something he ends up accepting with a smile. She remains very happy, but wondering if she really deserves to be happy. Korin, upon leaving the prison, reflects that for the moment Mari will be isolated after the chaos that occurred. However, seeing that Ran, the demihuman, attends school normally, he doubts they will be stricter with Mari. And to his surprise, he is intercepted in the hallways by the director, who greets him with a big smile, wanting to talk to him, but this was about the punishment for Marie. Corey never thought of that possibility, complicating his final wish for the girl, trying to convince the director not to punish her. But the smiling director tells him there was no punishment. He just wanted to see the reaction of someone who fought against her, since he doesn't consider her dangerous and she might leave soon, and he asks him to tell his story. He tries to shape his story to completely support Marie, and the director listens to all of this. And after making a decision, he apologizes to Korin and thanks him for helping to solve the problems that the distracted adults caused. Korin recognizes this as an attitude typical of the director, who knows how to admit his mistakes. Remembering the last words of his master in his past life, he rejoices and asks the director to lift his head with a smile. Meanwhile, Marie in her bed remembers the softness of Korin's words and touch when he bit her. That moment brought her back to her senses, regaining her consciousness. And at that moment, the only thing she could do was apologize. And in the present, guilt consumed her from the inside, blaming herself because she hurt Isabel, and the fear of hurting more people led her to accept her prison without complaint. However, she is getting worse mentally, only pretending to be fine when Korin visited her, feeling like a monster, but Korin's honest words made her worries disappear. And the boy was marked in her heart, leaving her very much in love. And with time, rumors of Marie's case spread, causing some temporary chaos, and some boys talk near the protagonist and his friends, mentioning how Marie remains isolated. Although her actual confinement ended, since when Marie returned, she was welcomed by her companions. Except Isabel, this made Marie sink back into her fears, and confined to her room, she remembers the attack on her friend, thinking that it would be best to disappear from the academy. However, someone knocks on her door. Upon opening, she finds a very worried Isabel, who jumps up hugging her. Marie, confused, doesn't understand why Isabel, who was supposed to be afraid of her, was there. She explains that she clearly saw her face, full of worry and anguish. That's why she isn't afraid of her, and wants them to continue being friends. And Mari, moved to tears, had thought that Isabel was hiding from her, but the girl clarifies that she was fine for a while. They wouldn't let her leave the infirmary until someone tall snuck her out. But now she can't find him. Mari knows perfectly who it is and is even more in love. Meanwhile, Korin continues on his way, seeing how the first part of the game ended with a happy ending that had never existed, even though nothing went as expected, but seeing how a world without a main character continues its course. He smiles, satisfied to have taken the first step towards forming a new world. And so time passed, with the protagonist complaining about the repetitive routine between meals, class, and training, having no other option, as he must become stronger for the next scenario. Practicing his movements, however, his training was interrupted by a regular fanatic, the cheerful Marie, bringing him an excess of food based on potatoes. He accepts with pleasure, starting to eat, while Marie watches him eat. She couldn't help but drool. Seeing a little of Korin's blood, she barely tries to hide it. Korin notices, understanding her, believing that her rations don't compare to the protagonist's blood. Feeling embarrassed by the double meaning of the phrase, Korin, feeling bad for her, offered her some of his blood, which made the girl blush even more. And Korin basically asking her to suck him, getting too close. She refuses even more, preferring to change the subject, and wanting to take out a vial of her blood, which he gives her, Korin, who drank it in front of her, embarrassing her, although he only focuses on the excellent buff he will receive, leaving him ready for what is coming. And now we move to Alicia, who since her confrontation with Korin decided to train hard, for 5 seconds, until her mind goes into glutton mode, devouring many candies and marking the duality between the talented and the lazy one, not at all passionate about Grimace and the bad student she is, using her free time shopping for cute clothes. And happily far away, she is from the excessive duels and training of her home, but even happier to be far from her sister. But the protagonist interrupts her happiness, asking her why she hasn't trained yet, and she tries to make excuses, affirming that she must work to survive, but he makes her a very good offer with excellent pay, only by joining his team, and she curses, as it makes her feel bad to see that she couldn't rely only on her talent, and she had to strive to improve, resisting accepting, until he mentions the juicy pay, which allows her to continue indulging her excessive tastes, accepting happily. And Connie gave them the necessary instructions to leave midweek, and also invited her on a mission that very day, with a high enough pay for the girl to accept as well. And so, Connie happily sees that everything is according to plan, ready to face their new event. And the mission turned out to be a simple patrol, well paid, and without major complications. Alicia only had to go from point A to point B, hoping nothing bad would happen, while defeating weak monsters on the way, and occasionally some moderately strong ones. She liked this, as she looked great and barely had to exert herself, receiving what she loved most, which were the compliments from her companions and guards, something that went completely against the constant unfavorable comparisons her family made with her sister. And with the patrol almost finished without problems, a bright light alerts the guards, who distinguished a nest of monsters. They were Beowulf wolves that appeared just before Alicia's shift ended, so against her will, the girl prepared to work overtime, and Korin sees that it is exactly what he expected. The wolves were a type of monster Alicia had defeated before even being poisoned. And with ease, to her misfortune, a Dullahan appears, and Alicia must face him, preparing a move she hasn't perfected yet, the unique slicing style, failing epically. Yaga dodges the blow, and they imprison the girl. Alicia, lacking war pride, has no better idea than to cry for Korin to save her. However, he was busy, and everything indicated it was her end, when suddenly a quick movement decapitated the beast. Alicia fell to the ground and thanked her savior, who turned out to be her older sister, Lunia Arden, who responded with a hostile attitude, criticizing her for her weakness and conceited demeanor. Lunia, recognized as the best of her generation, now criticizes her younger sister for being so reckless in attacking the monster, poorly copying her techniques. She, ashamed, lowers her head and continues receiving the scolding for endangering her companions. And she hits her so she stands up straight and shows confidence. And setting her aside, Lunia turns her attention to Korin, who fears being discovered for pretending to ignore Alicia. And upon approaching, Lunia introduced herself formally, and Korin responded in the same manner, inventing an improvised spear style in the process, trying not to reveal his true techniques or the source of his learning. Lunia, apparently satisfied, decided to continue her journey with her group of warriors. Luni's team was composed of 5 second-rank Chinese swordsmen, each with a specialization. Jenny for the speed sword, Lena for the wave sword, Sirini mastered the dual sword, Milia the phantom sword, and Mara, master of the firm sword. They asked if they should follow the remaining beasts, but the leader decided to retreat and take Alicia with her. While watching the group depart, Korin recalled the social structure of swordswomen in that world. They usually formed closed groups, which over time adopted a dynamic similar to mafias. It all started with Garen, a legendary sword master, who originated a generation of exceptional swordswomen, spreading his teachings until turning the Arden family into one of the most influential within the art of grimaces. And so we move to the Arden Pavilion, where Lunia exudes domination, discipline, and her mafia tendencies. If Lunia read the low-rank missions her sister used to do, which were ridiculously easy, or absurd, even giving her the benefit of the doubt, thinking maybe she did them out of friendship. But Alicia admits she just wanted to wear a pretty uniform, which disappoints Lunia even more, who cannot believe that someone like that wanted to pretend to be a hero, bearing the same surname. This recalls her father's words, "You cannot escape your essence." Later, the five swordsmen comment that Alicia at least has good health and a few extra kilos. However, Lunia is only interested in the boy who was with her, who to her surprise turns out to be a rank 5 cadet. This makes her doubt the Academy's exams, remembering how easily the boy fought monsters while taking care of Alicia, demonstrating years of experience. Thinking that with him by her side, her sister would be very safe. For her part, Marie continues bringing excesses of food to Corin, although she feels bad because she is limited to ice gold blood, but still cheerful coma, motivating the girl to keep preparing food for him, something Marie loved, and amidst attempts at suggestive hints, she admires how large and strong and rough the boy's hands are from all that hard work. The atmosphere became charged with tension until Isabel arrived, perplexed by the scene. The vampire rushed towards her trying to play it cool, while Corin remained confused, blaming his inexperience with women due to Sihoo. This led him to reflect on his strange current friendships. Among these friendships was Yule, who brought him rare mushrooms and plants while teaching him to read orgam. There was also Drone, who had recruited him for difficult missions, and well-paid ones. Lastly, there were his closest companions, Lark and Yeager, who ate with him until they screamed terrified upon seeing Rain, who was there to claim her. Promise of food. This led Corin to invite her to a restaurant. There she showed her feline instincts, trying to eat a fish in one gulp. And Corin patiently taught her how to prepare a dish that turned out to be a success, pleasing her as she ate very happily. However, her mind is on the next phase, the partial exams. Yeager hasn't studied at all, and Lark scolds him. For his part, Corin, very confident, thinks that since it's his second life, he will pass easily, only to realize that he never actually studied anything in his past life, even worse than Yeager, who ends up defeated but not giving up. Giving his all in the next phase, the festival conference hall, where the practical exam approaches, in which, forming groups of 15, they must face an instructor according to their rank. Corin, being a 5th-rank warrior, plans to humiliate his instructor to gain many points. However, everyone's reaction is one of being lost when they see Lunia enter the battlefield, and thus the Academy welcomes the instructors for the event, the 5 swords of the Arden family. These hold back a bit in front of the first attack group, with everyone going forward, except Drone, who believes his team has a chance to win. Before swallowing his words, when the warriors send everyone flying with a mega combination, and Drone decides to react, but he is attacked from behind by Milius from a distance. Alicia wanted to intervene, but Jelly stopped her, knocking her down easily, but manages to escape the confrontation. And so the crowd watches excitedly, as the other girls easily defeat everyone else, except Drone and Lich. Drone puts up a fight thanks to his experience, pushing his rival back almost to defeat. For her part, Lich is easily dominated by her opponent, who is ashamed of her lack of training, considering her unworthy to inherit the leadership of the Ardens. This enrages her, launching an attack only to fall defeated. Meanwhile, Corin suffers a new plot change in the story, seeing Lunia is now the instructor for Group B, which includes him and his friends. The woman asks them to see it as a special level battle practice, which according to the protagonist is basically a battle against a monster that can reduce armies, like Ran and Marie, who are equivalent to a natural disaster. But Lunia is capable of defeating these disasters, unleashing a brutal attack, sending them flying. Corin barely survives, hiding in the rubble, while Yeager complains about how excessive the attack was. However, the protagonist clarifies that it could have been worse. At that moment, he wonders about what the blonde is holding in his hand. Smiling, he lifts Lark, who looks like an opossum that died of fright. And the tension increased when Lunia launched a surprise attack that injured Yeager, leaving Corin as the only one capable of fighting. Lunia asked him to fight, but he plans to surrender. And she, knowing he won't, insists that the battle begin. With no other option, Corin remembers that in his past life she was basically one of his masters, whom he could never surpass. He believes it's the perfect moment to turn the page, deciding to face her. Starting with a brutal clash, exchanging brutal blows, Corin tries to gain an advantage, but ends up in a bad position, barely blocking the attacks. The crowd watches in amazement as a 5th-rank cadet can stand his ground against the famous Lunia order. However, Corin is exhausted, staggering and barely staying upright, and Lunia put away her sword. And everyone thought the confrontation was over, when suddenly Lunia began preparing an Arya slash. a devastating technique that made everyone feel the imminent danger. Korin and the spectators were terrified to see the ground tremble. The kind old man, worried about the situation, tried to intervene. However, it was too late at that moment. Lunia activated her false temporal slash, a technique that slowed down the entire arena except for Lunia's feet. And Korin, desperate, realizing he cannot yet handle area step techniques, remembers how in his past life he was only lucky in similar situations. Without giving up, he tries to use the technique, and with all his strength he pushes his spear, which is enough to block the attack in a brutal clash. Lunia is impressed to see how the boy's instinct surpassed knowledge, and everyone watches in amazement as Korin's hand is almost reached by the girl's weapon. Finally, she withdrew, congratulating him on his potential and recommending that he get a weapon appropriate for his skills, since the spear he was using had been broken in two. And as she walked away, she shot a look towards Licha. Korin understood Lunia's intentions. She made it clear that he should not interfere with the goal of destroying his sister, although she also showed that her territory and her domain were beyond any living being, seeking to intimidate him. After the fight, the instructors awarded Korin the highest possible score, leaving everyone present astonished. The kind old man observed with admiration, recognizing him as the boy who trains against the spirits. Meanwhile, Fernek, furious, identified Korin's fighting style as that of his former master. For his part, the protagonist needs to find a new weapon. Luckily, taking the materials he has collected, combined with the director's support, he manages to obtain a legendary grade weapon, the Spear of the Silver Knights of the Shadowed Earth, known as the Silver Spear. Meanwhile, Alicia reflects on her sister's power, leading her to her past, when as a child she eliminated her first beast. And although she achieved the feat, the viscera dripping from the creature turned her stomach. But the worst part was experiencing the heavy smell of human blood for the first time. However, she ended her morbid reflection by cheerfully focusing on her new job, a wolf hunting mission, which she much preferred over the dangerous hunt for a demented murderer, and she also seems to be looking for her savior. However, her attention shifts to the other guards, who are furious about having to guard a 5th-rank warrior. And to Alicia's surprise, that warrior turned out to be Korin, who greeted her enthusiastically, hoping that this would stop others from bothering him, although he still looks at her unkindly. During the chat, Korin mentioned that Alicia's sister basically wanted to destroy her. Alicia understood, and while watching her companion, she thought that no matter how much she wanted to steer him away from the path of the sword, she would never abandon him. And so the mission proceeded normally, and the team captured the monsters with ease and eliminated several minor enemies. However, an unexpected turn occurred when the group was besieged by hundreds of evil spirits in wolf form. These attacked them relentlessly, dispersing the guards. Korin disappeared in the confusion, while Alicia fought desperately to stay firm, observing the surroundings and finding no sense in the quantity of spirits, viewing it as something artificial. Then, from the shadows, her new enemy appears. His attack betrays him. It is a possessed knight. Alicia tries to stop him, but another enemy attacks her from behind, just as she is about to be finished off. She manages to inflict a brutal cut, but enters a strange trance upon not identifying the familiar smell of human blood, thinking she has eliminated someone, and the most disturbing part, she feels nothing. Luckily, Korin eliminates the zombie, revealing it to be a simple undead, resurrected by black magic. This marks the beginning of the second major event of the story, capturing the murderer of the Fog City. This character was originally supposed to be Marie's rival in the first act, having to face him to discover his identity. His name is John Doe, and they must defeat him. And so a new monster appears, and she sees this enemy approach with strength, while Korin confronts him, confidently awaiting the moment to deliver a single blow that seems to suffice. But he feels uneasy realizing it can't be that easy. At that moment, a mysterious voice admits that the knight was just a puppet, challenging Korin to face what comes next, and thus a new level of danger begins. A red mist begins to invade the area. Korin, understanding that this is the true danger of the murderer's puppets, decides to order the team's retreat. Although Alicia worries about leaving her spear behind, Korin recovers it with a magical rune, and the retreat stops. When a soldier gets trapped, Korin returns to rescue him, while Alicia, about to help, is captured by a huge red hand. The protagonist manages to pull out the soldier and throws himself back for Alicia. Upon entering the fog, she immediately starts bleeding, remembering that in her past life she didn't last long there. And this time, thanks to his regeneration power, he can endure. But he knows Alicia doesn't have the same advantage. Losing a lot of blood, desperately trying to cut anything and failing. As her strength diminished, Alicia succumbed to her thoughts, remembering her sister, and she gave up, lamenting not having been able to save anyone in a grand way, like her savior had done in the past. However, she heard a desperate voice calling her from a distance, recognizing that voice. And so Corin reaches Alicia, tangled in bloody hands, crying because he saved her. He covers her head with the cloak, calming her, explaining that she cannot cut randomly. She must concentrate on the objective, promising to take care of her, but they must fight together. Although she, resigned, thinks she can't do it. And with the zombies approaching, Corin calms her down, assuring her that she is the best swordswoman he has ever known, asking her to do it, one step at a time, affirming that she only needs one step, returning to combat, and Alich seeing that he won't be able to alone either, since he has even less aura than her. Gritfully clenching her teeth, she decides to leave fear behind, taking her stance to continue fighting, concentrating, creating her territory, about to perform her grandfather's secret move. Closing her eyes, she remembers Corin's words, taking a firm step, unleashing her power, activating territorial slash. The flash swept away all the undead in its path, including the murderer Yon, who was hiding among them. The attack even deforested a large part of the forest, and when it ended, the soldiers returned to find Alicia and Corin standing. The fog had cleared, and on the ground lay John Doe, definitely dead, and the act left everyone astonished. Even Corin was incredulous, staring wide-mouthed at how excessive the excited Alicia's blow had been, to which he gives thanks, and she replies by asking him not to repeat it. Everyone praised the girl for achieving a move that only a sword emperor can use, naming her the new empress, while Corin sees how his plans once again did not go as expected, but achieving his objective. And so quickly, the news started talking about the true genius of the Ardens, which annoys the 5 swordsmen who tear up the newspaper, while serious Lunia recalls that the Arden family functions based on power. The emperor and leader Garen Arden begged for a successor for his sword for a long time. Lunia had strived greatly but never convinced him, until a small girl appeared, and crying illegitimate daughter. At first, she didn't seem like a rival to Lunia, until their first confrontation, when the territory rune manifested in the girl. During that encounter, Alicia, with a dull sword, left Lunia agonizing on the ground, understanding that she possessed the territory. This move earned her a place in the line of succession, and her companions snap her out of her trance, pretending to be fine, although now she is determined to see that technique again, getting up to lead her next mission to the front. On the other hand, Alicia was in the hospital, however. She now only seemed worried about asking for a candy. He noticed her childish attitude and decided to ask her something more interesting. How had she managed to perform the territorial slash? Blushing, Alicia replied that it was thanks to his support, affirming that when one truly wanted something, they could. This annoyed Corinne, who considered her response arrogant, as it belittled training. Just then Marie arrives, looking for her Corin, who appears unconcerned. Calmer now, Marie sees Licha introduce herself, only to get upset upon seeing them so close, startling the protagonist, who gets scared again by Ran, appearing headfirst through the window. Wanting more raw fish, Corin looked at Marie, thinking she was still afraid of him after their confrontation. However, she was just annoyed that they had gone out to eat together. To calm her down, he tried to play it cool, promising her something to eat, specially prepared by him. And without realizing it, Corin had gathered a group of stellar members, and now he planned to make the most of them heading towards the Swordbreaker event, a direct challenge issued by 5 swordsmen to eliminate legitimate heirs. This terrified Lich, who cried, not believing she could face them, let alone her sister. And Corin devised a plan to help her, asking in return that she obey his training instructions without complaint. With no other option, Lich accepted. Then, at night, one of the 5 swords is intercepted by the first representative of Alich's dojo, and master of the kitchen knife, Ran, who challenges and attacks the girl in exchange for some sushi, while the protagonist does the same with another of the swordswomen, and thus they introduce the representatives of Alich's dojo. The master of the crescent blade, Corin, the master of the kitchen knife, Ran, the master of the fish sword, Drone, the master of the magic blade, Mari, and the dojo master herself, Alicia, managing to defeat the 5 swords under Lune's command. And Arden and one of the swords called out Korin for his actions, and he responded that since it was a new dojo, they needed to make a good name for themselves. And they achieved this by appearing in the news for having defeated the 5 swords of the Arden Pavilion. Considering that the Swordbreaker, originally conceived as a challenge that could complicate things, was approached by Korin in a Machiavellian way, he defeated each of the swords, reducing all encounters to one-on-one. However, this left Licha annoyed, as her sister had already sought a direct confrontation against her, and she was also worried about the mission expenses, which included new weapons and drones payment. Everything is covered by Marie, which moved Licha to tears, and she promised to pay her back. However, she now has to directly face her sister, who is furious about that move, who thinks that her sister clearly didn't prepare it, since she is very cowardly and easily scared. And she cries from nervousness until Korin encourages her. Trying to reward herself, she finally decides to propose her deal, a friendly encounter between sisters, which Lunia accepted, although with no intention of making it friendly. And among the spectators were Korin and Marie, who admitted that even using her vampire power, she wouldn't be able to face Lunia. Worried, she asked Korin if Alicia would be okay, and he replied, fully trusting in her. Lunia, for her part, threw the bill for the location's repair expenses at Korin before preparing for the fight. What started as a clash of swords soon destroyed the place, and even the protagonist's hairstyle, leaving them terrified, and the fight spread to the outskirts amid clouds of dust and destruction. Alicia resisted as best she could, remembering how her sister had been her heroine in her childhood, her role model, an almost fairy tale figure, and she also remembered how her mother had died in childbirth, and how her father had repudiated her, defending her worth only because of her Arden blood. Despite this, she had a good relationship with Lunia, until that first confrontation where she cried terrified by what she had done. And now seeing Lunia in front of her, she dodged and blocked following the steps in the manual. This irritated her older sister, who, annoyed by her deceptive tricks, lunged into the attack again, forcing her to retreat, demanding strength in her feet. Lich, barely standing, sought to close the distance to stab her, activating the 3-step technique, moving at full speed. However, Lunia read her movements, and the younger sister could barely dodge, trying to attack with her body, attempting to take her down. However, she ended up on the ground, at Lunia's mercy, who delivered a brutal kick to her chin. Furious now, she was going to finish her off with her sword. Alich blocks and gets up, seeing how everything has happened, as Korin counted, trying to launch an attack, but it's useless, with Lunia recognizing her ability to get out of that, finishing him off with a kick to the abdomen, then trying to destroy her. The blows continue, with Alich blocking as best she can, almost exhausted, and Lunia recognizing that they are getting closer in parity. Seeing the territory rune in her eyes, exactly what she was looking for, wanting to see her sister's true power. And she, almost exhausted, gets up once more, understanding that victories are defined by a single step. A single slash, with both preparing for the final move, running towards each other. Lunia remembered how her sister had always followed her footsteps, but now it was different. In Alicia's determination, she sensed Korin's aura, and the confrontation culminated in a spectacular impact, with both territorial slashes facing each other amidst enormous flashes, destroying everything in their path. And Korin and Marie watched everything, thinking it was all over, and so through the dust. And the rubble, they saw a figure fall while the other remained standing, and the figure that remained standing was Alicia. Her victory excited Marie and reassured Korin, who verified that his strategy of dodging and resisting and wearing down, based on Lunia's knowledge from his past life, had worked. The entire confrontation led Licha to the only strong point that could secure her triumph, the territorial slash, and Licha was quickly checked and was intact, and Lunia, for her part, seemed restrained until the end, admitting her defeat and promising not to meddle with her anymore, withdrawing. Licha didn't want to let her go, but she also didn't have the words. Nervously, she watched as her sister, with a stern look, turned around only to stroke her head. And Korin recalled the moment he met Lunia in his past life, before Marie's event, while searching for the culprit in his sister's death, whom they never found. But it turned out to be CJO. Korin's search never completed, and 3 years later, on the anniversary of her death, he asked Lunia why she always prayed at the grave of the sister she supposedly hated. Lunia confessed that she hated how carefree and annoying she was, but also admitted that she was the only one who could help her with her resentment. Lamenting, she watched how in this future she would support her sister no matter what. And now she looked at her sister with pride, who ended up crying. And so later in the hospital, Alicia confessed to Corin that she had always been afraid to fight. Even though she did it with a smile, she had always preferred to stay out of their family dispute. However, now that she had defeated her sister, she couldn't escape her destiny as heir. Also accepting that her relationship with Lunia had broken, but Corin told her no emphatically, affirming that regardless of the awkwardness or distance, their relationship would not break, as they were sisters. These words surprised Licha, as the protagonist was a bad memory from her past in the real world. Where the boys at her school beat and bothered him, however, that was not the real bad memory, but the lack of self-confidence to strike back, wishing that she would never lose that confidence. And she began to see him as someone too mature for his age due to his excessive seriousness. Corin understood that she called him old, although it didn't surprise him, since adding the years he had lived between the game and the real world, he was around 50 years old, and at that, she thanked him for everything he had done. Recognizing him as her savior, as she remembered his voice, his belt, and other clues, who cannot believe the girl was smart enough to discover that secret. And although now that she knows, she decides to take advantage of it, so Alice puts herself at his disposal, offering him anything to pay her debt. He only asks for her friendship, which confuses Alicia, but she accepts, falling into the friend zone with both exchanging a big smile. And at that moment, the image of when he finished off Sihoo came to Corin's mind, reaffirming his objective: punish the wicked, and give a bright future to the good ones with the innocent Alicia, who for the moment seems free of problems. On the other hand, Isabelle in stealth mode began watching Marie, who was approached by an intense boy who offered her his blood. Making her uncomfortable, Isabelle gets upset because apparently, situations like that were common. However, that wasn't her biggest concern, but seeing how her friend Marie changed into a nervous state and flirtatious every time she saw Corin, who was just arriving to leave together, with Isabelle stealthily following him, until she heard Corin offer blood to Marie, and they locked themselves in a room. Isabelle, captivated, tried to listen, imagining a scene. However, the conversation turned out to be a business proposal from Corin, who was looking for investors to buy a piece of land, which deeply disappointed Isabelle. And so later, Alicia met Corin for training, with Isabelle always following them, seeing how her target was now talking to the Arden successor. For her part, Alicia felt motivated seeing Corin's discipline and decided to join him. Before doing so, Corin gave her a coupon for a very good restaurant, which according to the busybody, was ideal for romantic dates. With this, Isabelle began to see Corin as a cheater, even getting distracted and ending up falling to the ground. Alice heard the thud, but Corin ignored it, moving on to continue talking about business. This makes a furious Isabelle begin to suspect that the protagonist is pursuing women for money. And so later at a restaurant, Ran enjoys a sushi feast, courtesy of Corin, who tells her about an excellent investment destination. The busybody concludes from this that Corin is a female scammer, while the protagonist completely ignores what Isabelle is doing, continuing with his business, remembering the events to gather money. He had managed to gather 500 gold coins, with which he bought a huge piece of land. It was a place in the middle of nowhere. But soon, thanks to an exchange event, he hoped accommodation industries would boom, trusting to recover his investment in 2 weeks and feeling like a magnate. For her part at the academy, the director planned a trip to improve his reputation, leaving Josephine in charge. Trusting her judgment, she immediately began her duties, discarding requests for vampire experiments. New rooms, and among them Corin's as well. And Corin seems to be requesting space to cultivate mandrakes, a task he performed alongside his reliable assistant Alicia. Both were prepared and equipped with earplugs, ready to face the screaming and dangerous plants. The technique required an assistant, because while one extracted the root, the other had to cut it to silence the scream. Due to the danger of hearing the plant's shrieks, Corin prepared and violently ripped out the mandrake, trusting that his assistant would take care of the rest. However, Alice used bad earplugs and ended up fainting, leaving Corin in a complicated situation. Forced to improvise, he started a kind of shouting contest with the plant before throwing it through the air, and finally cutting it. And although he managed to complete the job, he was bleeding from his ears. And furious with Alice, who was sleeping peacefully on the floor. Seeing this, it's enough for him to resign himself to continue cultivating or eliminate his assistant. At that moment, Marie appeared, who had heard the commotion from the 12th floor of the building, and decided to jump to investigate why the duo of friends were so close, terrifying Alich. But Corin reminded her that he told her he would cultivate mandrakes, although the cultivation was cancelled due to the damage received. So Mary offered to help them and easily extracted a mandrake from the plant and silenced it with a single move, demonstrating her experience. Taking the opportunity, she promised Corin to prepare a good plant stew, sending Lich to find the ingredients. Mary stayed with Corin, who awaited instructions from his new plantation manager. Then, she adopted the air of a flirtatious vampire, implying that he shouldn't do anything else. Although Corin didn't catch any hints from the girl. Later, while Lich and Mary prepared the stew, Corin was distracted drawing some runes. This amazed Marie, who considered that magic almost extinct. Corin explained that he had learned both runes and his spear style thanks to his master, although he never managed to master her main ability, the primordial rune. This knowledge required more than knowing how to write it, and it had been of great interest to his boss in the game, who, as he recalled, was responsible for ending his master's life before she could pass on the technique to him. Marie assumed her master must have been a powerful mage, but for Corin, she was simply a good person, who did the best she could until the end. Lost in melancholy, Marie offered him a potato to cheer him up. Corin accepted it quickly, noticing that the basket was carried by Marie's imposing bloody jackal. Named Duke-gu, which behaves like a cute and obedient puppy, created thanks to Corin's blood, who basically names himself as its father. Blushing Marie, who thinks that in that case, she can play with him for a while. This takes the protagonist by surprise, who cannot think much when the jackal knocks him down, affectionately shaking him, and spending almost all his energy playing. Luckily, the stew is ready, which improves his stats, offering the rest to the girls, and he saves some for his other friends. And although now he must move on to the silver mandrake, which he must swallow in one bite, obtaining a good buff, and generating an aura core, which excites his friends, especially Licha, who suggests he eat the gold one, although she saves it for a special moment. For his part, the kind old man named Hanma tried to promote Corin in rank, even though the other professors were not convinced due to his data. Luckily, Fermac supports him, telling them that during the partial exam, he fought Lunia Arden for 3 minutes, who assured that she didn't hold back. Still, the rules prevent him from promoting him for something like that, so he must remedy his power by reassigning his tutor to follow him, appointing Fernac, who gladly accepts as he recognizes the boy's talent, besides wanting to know how he got that spear style. In class, Lisha sat next to Corin, taking Jaeger's seat, who, although he moved seats politely, watched Corin with hatred. Confused, Corin didn't understand that the blonde was jealous, as it seemed his friend was hoarding the girls, forming almost a harem. Even Jaeger's frustration worried the others. Then Fernac enters to give them his second group assignment, which will focus on spear techniques, which seems unfair to those who use spears. Like Corin, he sees how the game has changed again, as originally the task would have been boxing. That was more in line with how famous his professor is in that sport, being known for his famous runes on his gloves, assuming it's a direct challenge to him. And so the professor begins the lesson for the groups, with Corin remembering that it's an excellent opportunity to foster camaraderie, until he remembers how in his past, they took advantage of him to do all the work, ending up disappointed by all the bad experiences. Although he cheers up thinking that now it will be different with his new group. The team was formed by Jaeger, an excellent, strong, and obedient soldier, Licha, the stingy sword genius, Ran, violent but sincere, and trusting everyone, Corin thought he would leave his past suffering behind, ready to enter one of the rooms, but his happiness ends, as they are terrified to see how the super reinforced, strong and very expensive training room was destroyed by Ran, traumatizing Licha in the process, and without showing any remorse, which led to them being expelled from the practice room, ending up at the church, where they discuss their progress. Alicia felt it was easy to follow Corin's movements, although Jaeger thought the complete opposite. And Ran, for her part, takes them to communion, as if it were a mass, and this reminds her that she is a novice nun. Even if only by obligation, Corin recommends that she read the Bible, at least its fundamental part, the message of love, both for oneself and for one's neighbor, to love and be loved, a choice that Licha likes very much. However, the atmosphere changed when they asked Ran about her failure the previous day. She replied that she saw her companions as weak, assuring that they would get hurt if she used all her strength. According to her, the weak were weak, and the strong were strong. Corin agreed with this, but only if that statement came from someone truly strong. And to prove it, they bet dinner. Ran confidently accepted, believing it would be easy, and with everything ready, Yeager was unsure of the situation. However, after an exchange of glances, the fight began. Corin started with a powerful attack, but Ran took it without flinching, destroying Corin's spear in the process. Despite this, he remained unconcerned, dodging Ran's blows with his step techniques, which began to frustrate her. Ran furiously prepared to land a blow that she was sure would send him to the hospital, and Corin decided to prove his point, using his trigram technique to block the impact. And although he managed to stop the blow, he felt every muscle in his body tear from the pressure. Ran was so surprised that she fell to her knees, and Corin proclaimed his victory. Annoyed, Ran demanded a rematch, but he refused, explaining that it was not convenient for him. Despite Ran's fury, Corin continued to mock her. However, days later, Ran's response is to leave due to illness. This forces Corin to use his secret technique, a fish feast, which a drooling Ran cannot refuse. She stopped pretending to be sick, beginning to gobble down the fish. The proto takes advantage of this to teach her a lesson, affirming that even though she thinks her food was made in 30 minutes, the chef who made it took years to find the best ingredients and the preparation method to invent that dish. Likewise, it took him time to perfect the techniques he used against her, and he asked her to start with the small things, and suggested they reconcile. Ran, in response, threw a notebook slap to his face, handing him the spear research she had requested. Corin finds this endearing, stroking her, and thus with the information and practice, he thinks he can achieve it. And so the days passed, until the day of the exam presentation begins. The first group performed their movements in front of Corin and his team, who observed that they did very well. Fernak also congratulated the group on their performance and took them to the next test of the exam, to resist 10 seconds against the powerful boxer, who was preparing for the fight. The confused students couldn't think much, as the professor rushed through them like a storm, ending the confrontation in 1 second. This earned them a B and intense pain, managing to walk out although with difficulty. While the second group was preparing to enter, this more pretentious group tried to perform a complicated technique, and poorly learned, which resulted in a painful beating. It was the turn of the third group, Corin's, who seemed ready. His team formed up to execute Ranachel's 8 trigrams dance. Yeager deflected the blows, Alicia pushed away the opponent's weapons, and Ran took care of the final attacks, stabbing with precision, executing it so well that even Corin cries from emotion at the excellent work, with Fernak sharing his opinion. And so they prepare for the next part. However, the professor stopped them, announcing that the next confrontation would be 1 against 1, with Corin as the rival, which worried the boy, who couldn't refuse. Fernak quickly jumped about to connect a brutal hook. However, Corin knows him very well, so he knows he will try to surprise him, blocking his left hand and confusing the professor, who keeps hitting, causing the protagonist to retreat. The students watched in amazement as Corin managed to keep up with Fernak, who, annoyed, threw his last brutal blow. But Corin didn't move, confident, while Fernak stopped at the last second, puzzled by the lack of defense. Corin, with a smile, reminded him that 10 seconds of the confrontation had already passed. The professor accepted his defeat and retired, although Corin knew that Fernak's suspicions about him only increased. However, Fernak is admiring because he will use simple techniques instead of looking for the most elaborate ones, and he congratulates them, giving them an A, leaving his whole group happy, except for Ran, who isn't interested in celebrating. But Fernak has something more to discuss with Corin, summoning him to his office, where he arrives later. In the conversation, Fernak asked him if he was really a 5th-rank knight, given his abilities. Although he knew that Corin wasn't useful for hunting evil spirits, since he couldn't perceive them, he informed him that the professors had decided to reevaluate him, assigning him supervised missions with the goal of promoting him to semi-1st rank. For Corin, this sounded good, as it would allow him to choose bigger missions and earn more money, a privilege normally reserved for second-year students, accepting the proposal. But he soon received 2 semi-1st rank missions, both related to evil spirits, which complicated the situation for him. Fernak, expectantly, tells him to decide whether to accept. Finally, Corin made his decision and accepted his first mission, hunting a two-headed ogre in a misty forest, under the supervision of the kind old man Hammond, who seemed to enjoy telling stories. However, Corin had to remain focused on his task, knowing that he should not confront it carelessly, and the old man clarified that he was there to evaluate all his skills. And so they arrived at the mountains where the ogre lived, with Corin being closely watched by Haman and other members of the association. Their function was to encourage him, only intervening if they saw the boy was about to die. And when asked by Haman about his analysis of the situation, Corin pointed out the ogre's tracks. That lived with 3 short bones. This surprised the supervisors, as there were only 3 pairs of footprints. Corin explained that there were also marks of a dragged prey, and deduced that a 3rd hound was probably pregnant, being the recipient of the food. When Hami asked him about his strategy, Corin replied that he would separate the hounds from the ogre, using the greatest weapon of the human being, the brain, preparing for the hunt. Considering that in this world humans were the main conquerors, but they still faced great threats. The greatest of all were demons. Among them was the one who ruled the forest, a 2-headed ogre that dominated the place, accompanied by its hounds, who returned to their lair noticing something strange. The female who was about to give birth disappeared, disturbing them upon seeing that an intruder took her away, unleashing the animal fury of the ogre and the hounds, which shook the forest. And full of anger, the hounds followed the female's trail, whose scent was getting closer and closer. Finding her tied up, lamenting, one of them tried to free her, but activated a trap that caused hundreds of stakes to fall around her, and a giant log fell on the tied female hound. But one of the males absorbed the impact to protect her, only to be crushed, and another trap activated, throwing hundreds of stakes that ended the female, forcing the survivor to escape, trying to flee, where he thought he was safe. However, there he found hundreds of stones with explosive runes that began to glow, blowing up the entire area, and the ogre arrived at the scene some time later and roared furiously. At that moment, traps activated, which threw flaming stakes at him, although these didn't scratch him. Feeling invincible, however, according to Corin, the hunt was just beginning, and the 2-headed ogre was a natural hunter. One of its heads had excellent vision, and the other, a great sense of smell, allowing it to track its prey easily. And using these abilities, it followed the intruder's trail. However, every time it seemed close to its target, it realized it had only been chasing illusions, covering the entire terrain without finding anything. Disappointed, he decided to rest. While one head slept, the other was alerted by a surprise attack, a storm of cutting hail, although he stopped it easily. The phenomenon repeated itself over and over, every time he tried to rest. Finally, when it seemed like he was getting used to it, he was surprised by a rain of fire, and so he spent 3 days trapped in a repetitive routine without being able to recover energy, tired and aware that he was now the prey. The ogre screamed with fury and desperation, and right at that moment, Corin appeared well-rested and ready for combat. Without wasting time, he jumped towards the ogre, who tried to eliminate him with a blow from its enormous club. However, Corin did not descend, but threw his weapon with excessive speed, which pierced the monster's side, which he finished off with his 8 trigrams palm technique, stopping the ogre's heart, who fell lifeless. And Corin is somewhat annoyed for not having used all his power, thinking of Marie and hoping she was okay. Remembering how 3 days ago, when they were eating with Marie, the protagonist asked the girl how much she trusted him. She affirmed that she trusted him as much as a plate of potatoes, so he, ignoring the strange answer, asked her how far they would go together. The question surprised the girl, who spilled her drink, and affirmed that she would go to the end with him. Corin seriously explained that he had a plan and needed her help, mentioning that he should talk to Alicia. Upon hearing that name, Mari became jealous, and later, while taking a bath, she felt overwhelmed thinking about how Corin seemed to know too much about the future. As he had shown with Alicia, although she cared for him deeply, she began to doubt him. However, her flirting betrayed her, becoming docile due to her infatuation, to the point of continuing to fulfill Corin's selfish requests. Meanwhile, in the experiment building, Dana and Fernak were talking in front of a huge demon boar that could not be eliminated, only sealed, as it had devoured a primordial energy mine. There the mage asks her companion to use runic magic on the monster, since he is one of the few who can use it. The objective was to complete a thesis on the power of superior demons over inferior ones. While Fernak was recording the runes, he was surprised to hear that there was another volunteer for the experiment, the special demon, and although they feared this nickname would bother him, Mari arrived affirming that she didn't care. And so now they are next to the level 1 boss, the vampire Mari, and the level 2 boss, the king of the Iron Mountain. For his part, Korin goes on a simple enchanted hunting mission, where an evil spirit that possesses a cabin resides. There he must dodge possessed furniture and destroy a magic circle. Although the execution sounded easy, it was extremely complicated, being a mission intended for veteran players. Luckily, the spirit perception restriction did not affect Korin, since the spirit, like Lark, possessed a physical object, and so he enters moving as if playing a game guide, avoiding traps with ease and destroying specific objects, and every movement was millimeter precise, which excited his supervisors, who watched as if they were watching a movie. And so the protagonist reaches his destination, the magic circle, where he repeats a rune a large number of times. And then he leaves the house, which begins to burn in flames, wanting to look cool, not looking back as the final explosion happens, completing his mission. Although Korin knew very well that everything had been thanks to following the strategy of a famous Korean player. And for the result, Hammond congratulated him by setting up a promotion and a dinner at a Sajin restaurant, which seemed to excite the protagonist, who happily goes, seeing that his plan continues to work perfectly, accompanied by his faithful Juku. And as he walked, Korin remembered the story of his 84 years on the Northern Peninsula, a region rich in natural resources. There a mountain range full of mines known as the Iron Mountain stood out. It was in that place where the first explorers first encountered a gigantic boar that devoured iron, with magical properties, which they called the King of the Iron Mountain. Back in the city, Lich's academy seemed to be delayed in fulfilling an order from Korin. Remembering how days ago, Marie had visited her laboratory through a rushed Dooku, mentioning that she had something important to tell her about Korin, which surprises Licha. But first, Mari makes her drink a magic potion that the innocent girl drinks confidently, even though it is actually a test. Luckily for both, the potion tasted delicious, which pleased the vampire, who approves the taste, the function, and Lich's survival, although the latter still doesn't know why she is there. And everything has to do with the King of the Mountain, the monster locked in the basement of the experiment building. Lich runs there desperately. In the laboratory, Dana asked Mari if she knew the difference between normal demons and special ones. Mari assumed it was strength, but Dana explained that special demons emit an aura called alpha energy, which allowed them to attract and control the minds of weaker monsters, becoming alpha leaders. However, unlike normal alphas, these were not limited to species. Mari understood, remembering how she had manipulated monsters to drink her blood when she escaped the hunting ground. Although she claims it was more about fear than manipulation, Dina added that demons were divided into demonic beasts, evil spirits, and demi-humans, the latter being the most difficult to control. And then setting aside the explanations, Dana brought demonic boars to test the control of alpha energy. She saw this as a way to prevent demon attacks, but before she could think much, Dana asked her if the potion she made tasted good. Following this seemingly random question, Dana asked her to control the boars. Marie succeeded with ease, until she tried to make them sit down, completely failing the order. According to Dana, this happens because they are not very smart, but it is enough to move to the next phase. Releasing the king, Fernak uses a rune to release the first seal, which is enough for the beast to wake up, unleashing its fury and controlling the boars, which go into attack position, and Fernak orders the chains to be reinforced, and the magic circles, but the boars attacked Marie, who could no longer control them. While Dana took research notes, Marie thought the monsters were manageable. However, after sprinkling salt on it, she became alert, noticing that a dangerous manticore had been freed. That goes straight for her, defending herself with her blood spear, missing every blow. Luckily, Fernak handles the monster with japs, and everything seems to be getting out of control, when a researcher warns Dana that all creatures want to escape. This makes her think about canceling the experiment, although she fears they will cut her budget. Still, she prefers to reseal the king, but her luck worsens when the mages fail to re-establish the magic circle, and the chains begin to break before Dana's terrified eyes, who watches as the King of the Mountain is freed. For his part, in the port city of Zahar, there is a big food feast at a restaurant provided by the old man Hammond to celebrate Goran's promotion. who tries to get them to order a drink, failing because in video games, old men are responsible. However, the protagonist's mouth waters just thinking about alcohol, and how since arriving there, he hasn't been able to have a single drop, suffering as he remembers that delicious combination of fried chicken with beer after a workday. So with the utmost respect and his most sincere smile, he asks the old man to be his alcohol master. Hammond interpreted this request as a sign of admiration and not as an excuse to drink, falling for the protagonist's trap. However, just as Korin was about to put his lips to the glass, Dooku's barks interrupted the moment. And meanwhile, in the experiment laboratory, Dana watched as the king of the Iron Mountain was completely released. Fernak and Mari tried to stop him. Mari launched a rain of ice spears to hit the monster directly, but they didn't scratch him, and the professor, confidently, stated that he would face him with bare fists, hitting with everything he had. However, the boar didn't budge or show any damage. And now it was the monster's turn, who activates a rune on its fang, unleashing a brutal lightning attack. Fernak ends up crashing against the wall, to Marie's concern, although Dana is more worried about the damage to the wall, which weakens the barrier system, causing all the enclosed monsters to escape and unleash the emergency state, and now all the beasts run in the stampede. Veronica Code is activated, ordering the evacuation of personnel and the containment of monsters with magic circles. And golems, these try to block the way to the exit, containing them until they are destroyed by a serpent dragon that clears the path. And more first-rank beasts gather, destroying everything in their path. The desperate alarms request a magic circle to stop them, and Dana thinks that if they leave the academy, they could attack them with the equivalent of a bomber, asking if that would affect her budget. Meanwhile, a giant lizard lunges at her, but is stopped by two enormous swords coming from Drin. Korin feeling admiration, because he was right again, admitting that he was only there to observe, while devastating the Rangabaf boars. However, he now faces the giant lizard. Luckily, the destroyed golems begin to combine, forming a giant golem that stops the monster. This is courtesy of Cranel's return, happy because the magic formula Korin gave him worked, which curiously he received a few days earlier, after a training session, in exchange for monitoring the laboratory. And the battle between the golem and the lizard continues, where the latter seems to gain the advantage with its strength, pushing the golem until a root magic reinforces it, turning it half wood, courtesy of Jules, arriving confused as to how Korin knew exactly when to use that technique. And suddenly, a serpent dragon appeared, but it was stopped with a simple slash from Alich. And Dane thanked that all the strongest fighters of the academy were present, although she didn't understand how they had all arrived at the same time. And what she didn't know was that they were all part of a plan by Korin, who remained far from the academy. And Marie, for her part, uses her blood territory to imprison the boar, immobilizing it with her ice techniques, astonishing the wizard scientists. And meanwhile, a little further up, the great beast continued to attack. Drone complained about how everything was falling apart, while Cranel and Yule entered the golem to reinforce it. And with a coordinated attack, they managed to deal powerful blows against the creature, which kept resisting strongly. And Cranel asked Yule to reinforce the golem's fist, while he prepared a mana explosion, using the cores absorbed by the golem, concentrating all the energy into a single fist. And Cranel, exaggerating his shout, pressed the rocket fist firing button, completely destroying the creature. The young man celebrated euphorically, while Jewel couldn't help feeling a bit of second-hand embarrassment for his reaction. Back in the port city of Zar, Korin remains, despite the jackal's attempts to rush him, who ends up feeling scolded by his father, who still has something to do. Finally, he heads to a church, where a little nun received him. Upon entering, he directly looked for something in a room, a bookmark. Upon touching it, he unleashed an immediate, furious projection of Giusephine, who demanded an explanation about how he knew about the existence of the bookmark. Korin understood that he would be interrogated, suggesting attending to the urgent matter first. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the brutal impact of the golem and Granel's celebration, Alicia watched the battle of giants with astonishment. However, she had to face a first-rank serpent dragon alone, which made things even more complicated, worriedly remembering how Marie had emphatically warned her never to use her territorial cut, dodging the monster as best she could, doubting she would be able to defeat it without her best technique. At that moment, a sound caught her attention. The blood domain began to crack, and from there Marie shot out, who fell seriously injured. However, all of this seemed to be as Corin predicted, who knew that Marie's chances of success were low. Seeing that the beast has a great original rune and 100% resistance, thanks to having consumed the oldest magical metal, which caused everyone who faced it before to die, choosing to seal it. Marie, aware of her few chances against the imposing monster, decides to keep fighting for Corin, launching a new attack, being closely observed by Alicia, who admired her determination. She decides to follow in her footsteps and return to the fight against the serpent dragon. Meanwhile, Dana witnesses the epic battle between Marie and the Iron Boar, and although it seemed to be a balanced confrontation, in reality, Marie was barely surviving. The fight between special grade opponents seemed worthy of making history books, something that excited and terrified Dana at the same time, and Marie tried to use her ice to contain the monster, but this suffered no damage when reinforcing its bloody shield to try to stop it. The boar simply swept away everything in its path, although the others managed to contain the other. Demonic beasts in the main battery. It was clear that Marie would lose, being finally run over by the boar monster. However, she was rescued at the last moment by Jugo, filling Marie with joy as that meant her beloved was also there. For her part, Alicia continued fighting the dragon, looking for alternatives since she couldn't use the territorial cut, reflecting on what Corin would do in her place, and she opted to go back to basics. And from the air, she executed multiple cuts against the creature, finally tearing its neck with the basic style. Upper sky. Just then a pink explosion surprised her. Although she came out unharmed, she was somewhat confused, trying to concentrate on her victory. When right from the pink explosion, Corin appears on the battlefield, congratulating her on her victory. For his part, Cranel, upon seeing how he defeated the giant lizard, exaggerates, claiming he needs no one but the newly named Great Luden, causing Yule's second-hand embarrassment again, while Corin requested a situation report from Licha, while Josephine asked what her role in the plan would be, even though her function would only be to assist, since Corin was about to finish off all the beasts, remembering how he had tasked Mari with feeding runic stones to the creatures under the pretext of feeding them, and Corin activated these stones, setting the monsters on fire using his spear. With this, Corin and Alicia began to run towards the next challenge, defeating the army of monsters that had survived the attack, ordering Drone and the stubborn Cranel to join them, gathering the Heroic Legend of Arhan, the heroes who will save the world in the future. And when they reached Marie, she received them with a smile. With everyone gathered, Corin decided it was time to begin the counterattack, but despite being backed up by his group, Corin wasn't sure if they could win. The reason was simple. They faced a relentless king who showed no mercy. Mary warned of the beginning of the fierce attack, to which Cranel's genius decided to make it more logical. To advance head-on, ignoring Corin's complaints, and both giants rushed into the clash, Cranel completely crazed. He was sure he would win, while Joel watched him with increasing second-hand embarrassment, and the impact was brutal. The iron boar easily pierced the golem, turning Cranel pale. Corin ordered him to at least delay the enemy for 30 seconds while the others dispersed. He also tasked Joel with trying to hold the boar back with plants. She believed that this was not easy, especially having to work with a whiner like Cranel, activating her power to imprison the monster. For a moment she thought she had succeeded, but the boar, with its original rune, broke free from the roots, surprising everyone with its immense power. Corin then decided to attack along with Drone, the latter following the strategist's orders, admitting that they were brilliant plans that a mercenary like him should not question, and with his sword enhanced with fire and lightning, empowered by the magic stones, they tried to destroy the boar, but they didn't even scratch it. This astonished both Drone and Mag, who asked for new instructions. Corin sent Dioku to hit the monster, but the latter ended up injured. And finally, Corin understood that the only possible strategy to defeat the creature was to besiege it with as many attacks as possible, remembering the pattern to defeat the boar in the game, while recalling Paradise, a place that existed, and ceased to exist. Fragments of power that the monster consumed appeared, and the original runes that gave the king a red coat, making it invincible to physical attacks, and a blue coat that made it immune to magic, forming absolute resistance, and it also had the mysterious golden coat, and returning to the battle. Corin organizes the team, ordering the golem to stop the monster as long as possible, assigning Drone as mid-range support. and placed Lick accompanying him in the rear guard. Marie also awaited her orders, but only had to stay back, using Juku for the attacks. And with the team ready, they positioned themselves in front of the monster, starting the most important battle so far, having to give their all to fight against the legend, and the king attacked. The golem and Joel's roots tried to stop it, but failed as they were pierced effortlessly. And Drone used his swords, but the boar's coat changed color to blue to deflect the attacks, returning to modify its red tone to block Diugu's powerful blow, and repeating this same pattern. The team thinks that with the jackal's last blow, they finally succeeded, but the jackal sees that the boar is intact in front of him, with its red coat, causing Corrin's plan to confuse the monster to fail, falling into the creature's trap, who with a brutal roar slammed the jackal against the rocks. Marie quickly withdrew him from the battle to take his place using her blood spears, which also failed to inflict damage. However, Corrin took advantage of the distraction to jump and descend with a brutal spear thrust, altering the entire terrain. His companions in the golem were celebrating until they noticed the boar wasn't falling. The protagonist had to react quickly, making Marie repeat her attack while he launched a simultaneous blow combining magic and strength, trying to put an end to everything, unaware that the boar was waiting for him, and with a terrifying smile, stepped on the ground, generating a shock wave that sent Corrin flying. And the blood spears, his companions in the golem, are surprised. Corrin, for his part, sees his plan fail, upon observing how the boar's coat finally took on its golden hue, forming absolute defense against magic and strength, and with a resonant growl showing its superiority and arrogance. And so the monster's ultimate technique floated, which destroys everything in its path towards them, having no choice but to retreat for the 5 minutes that the technique lasted. However, Drone reported that they had no escape, as they were surrounded by the rubble caused by the creature, leaving them at its mercy. Luckily, Cranel returns with his golem, only to be sent flying, giving enough time for Marie to arrive, trying to stop it with her ice shield, which is completely destroyed, facing the final phase of Act 2, where the boar obtains the golden coat, with no one able to stop it. And although its duration was short, they were the most frustrating 5 minutes for the professional gamers of the game, and contrary to what it seemed, Corey was not worried, as he still had his last strategy, Alicia, who jumps with speed, now having no restrictions, preparing her best blow, plummeting towards the boar, unleashing her power, appearing to fiercely cut the monster, generating an enormous explosion. Connie very animatedly congratulated Licha on the tremendous impact. However, she nervously doubted if it had worked. And indeed it hadn't, but that didn't matter anymore, because the magic circle that Josephine had prepared had managed to imprison the king of the mountain. And now, with the weakening of the golden coat, the monster could not use the original rune, allowing Mary to take care of finishing it off, who used all her power to cripple the monster with ice, while Josephine, Lokan, had everything ready for the final blow, and thus ended a threat that had persisted for 80 years, releasing the original light, the runic stone that the monster had devoured, to achieve near immortality. This stone, which had remained intact inside it until that day, was destined to wander aimlessly until it found the nearest runic stone. However, the journey turned out to be very short, as it arrived directly into Fernek's hands, who achieved his objective after 10 years of infiltrating the academy. Amazed that the king was defeated by simple students, supposing that he was weakened, although this chaos was enough for him to escape through a secret passage, and upon exiting the tunnel, he meets Corrin at the exit, who recognizes him as a disciple of Tate, Baltasar, the disciple who strayed from the protagonist's master. And Corrin remembered how some time ago, Fernek discovered his 6-step style, knowledge that few, including his master, mastered, thinking that he was another infiltrator in the place, and preferred to ignore him, until he had the opportunity to send him far away, under the excuse of rank promotion, hoping that Corrin would be far away to finish his plan. However, he didn't count on Corrin returning thanks to Josephine's spatial magic, revealing that he knew about Fernek's plan, since Dana suggested the experiment that allowed them access to the possibility of obtaining the original rune. Realizing that Corrin possessed too much information about the academy and its plans, in addition to being a 6-step lancer that he didn't know, he went out with his runic steel gloves to fight. While Corrin remembered his history, Fernek was an imposter who planned to release the seal of the king of the mountain to keep the rune. Some time later, he would return as one of the 4 aides of the King of Paradise, although in the present Fernak's power put him on Loon's level, and Arden brushing the spatial grade, thus beginning the fight, with the Afro criticizing Corrin for his arrogance, releasing his shadow familiar. Seeking for it to be a faster fight, Corrin, calm about the traitor's abilities, knew that he used the shadows on the ground to create copies, preparing the battlefield with a sun rune that flashed a beam of light that extinguished the shadows. Furious Fernak advanced only to activate hundreds of sun runes, carefully placed by Corrin over 20 days, preparing this counterattack especially exclusively for him, who furiously called him a coward. But for Corrin, it just showed that he was well prepared. This further enraged Fernak, who activated his radium rune, increasing his speed, launching the attack, surprising Corrin with his quickness, who tried to block, but the boxer's movement changed in an instant, returning with a powerful left hook, and Corrin barely managed to dodge it, which surprised Fernak, who now sees Corrin counterattacking, with him being the one to dodge, congratulating him on his precision and ability to attack, causing Corrin to complain about him still playing the role of professor, suggesting he be cold as always. Annoyed by the arrogance, he tells him that if he cannot eliminate him now, he won't do it next time. With this, Corrin understood that Fernak wanted to escape as quickly as possible before they discovered he was alive, and was pursued by the other professors, including Josephine, who would surely eliminate him easily. That's why he officially challenged him to a duel, although Fernak admits he won't accept. But Corrin knows he will, as that is his commandment, the power system that allowed him to strengthen through sacrifice, as part of the path of the warriors of the Shadow Paradise, where Fernak's commandment was not to refuse duels. That was the restriction Fernak imposed on himself, activating the rune, thus beginning the bloody sacred one-on-one duel. For both to prepare, and with the formal introductions, Fernak, the first warrior of Tate, Baltasar, King of Paradise, and Corrin, the first spear of Arendalia, Queen of Paradise, were going to face off. The introductions end, the secrets end, and the warriors prepare for the divine duel. 2 fates, win or lose, and both rushed into the attack, initiating an incredible clash, with the system cataloging victory against Fernak as the main mission, as the objective to save the world. And the battle is massive, causing destruction everywhere. Fernak used Rado to get closer, but Corrin maintained distance thanks to his spear style, preparing a powerful explosion. However, he left a gap in his defense, which Fernak took advantage of to try to strike. But Corrin anticipated him, dodging with a jump. This left him more exposed according to the boxer, who awaited him upon landing. Corrin did not hesitate, and violently descended with his spear, directing it straight to his rival's face, pummeling him with brutal blows that Fernak barely withstood, and he waited for Corrin to land, and regained control, increasing his speed and generating an explosive clash. This time, Corrin lost the confrontation, receiving a punch directly to the face that sent him flying, and trying to recover. But he was hit by another brutal jab, and despite this, he managed to wound Fernak's arm, who, far from giving up, accepted the cuts with the intention of counterattacking, surprising the protagonist. Wounded, Corrin tried to contain his rival's fast blows when he activated his final attack, the Meteor Strike. This attack could have left him no chance, so he had to block it. However, Fernak changed the intention of the blow and directed the attack towards his spear, holding it long enough to write a rune that made the spear shoot out from Corrin's hands, leaving him defenseless against a brutal attack. Corrin tried to block, but was severely wounded and thrown into the air, managing to stop by scraping the ground with difficulty, and he used a rune to retrieve his spear. However, the spear was stuck too deep, leaving him vulnerable to the fast boxer, who appeared behind him, hitting him with everything. But Corrin dodges, getting up and reminding Fernak that although his specialty was the spear, his base was martial arts. With this statement, he pummeled the traitor with the 8 trigrams palms, and culminated with a final blow to the chest, unleashing all his power. However, Fernak, disappointed, easily got up and suggested that Corrin should keep the spears, since he didn't have time for close combat, and with an imposing aura, Fernak returned to the attack with a left hook straight to the liver, followed by a tremendous blow to the face. And so the great beating began, Fernak with his martial mastery, and his brutality brought Corrin to the brink of collapse, unable to defend himself from the fierce jabs and hooks. Corrin almost surrendered, seeing his rival prepare his last hook to end his suffering, but it ends up being intercepted by Corrin's spear, which he recovers after dragging his rival directly towards it, letting himself be hit until he reached the weapon, freeing it to counterattack and stab him with his step techniques, sending him far away. The traitor, still standing in the fight, praised Corrin for having resisted without weapons and admitted that he was complicating things, making the protagonist uncomfortable because Fernac was still acting like a professor, and he, agreeing to end everything at once. He activated runes on his arms, which seemed to completely modify the terrain until the shadows of the shadow fortresses merge. And now Fernac seems to be in complete control of all his powers, activating his second commandment, with Corrin watching how his plan to use sun moons would be ruined, since Fernac dominated the darkness of the place, exclusive to Shadow Knights, and he prepared to end everything with a single blow, reinforcing the powers of the shadow beasts that inhabited the fortress. And Corrin, determined to equalize the ground, he introduced his reinforcements into the duel, taking out his secret weapon, the Golden Mandrake. This began to emit a sonic flash that affected Fernac's ears, even temporarily taking him out of combat. Corrin also suffered the effect, but endured, unlike the traitor who was thrown into the air due to the Mandrake's cry, which had a power 7 times greater than normal and immune to any magic, even eliminating the spirits of the fortress. Despite everything, Fernac did not give up, and Corrin, equally arrogant and seriously injured, reminded him that he would take care of exterminating him right there. But Fernac knew that the Mandrake would also cause damage to Corrin. However, he remained calm since he possessed a regeneration ability, unlike the traitor who could not resist for long. This infuriated Fernac, who reactivated his 12 shadow servants, feeling invincible while attacking Corrin, who tried to defend himself, but was attacked by one of the shadows from which he could barely escape. And at that moment, he let his guard down before the real Fernac, who dealt him a solid punch. Defenseless after the blow, Corrin watched the shadows approach, barely managing to speak due to exhaustion. And he remembered for the second time that the duel must be 1 against 1. So he took off his shirt, releasing the power of hundreds of sun runes engraved on his body, eradicating Fernac's shadow at the cost of scorching his skin. And so he tried to attack, but his rival dodged the blow. It was then that he decided to make him a proposal, to drop the tricks and take the combat to the pinnacle of martial strength, without holding back. Fernac, recognizing that Corrin was a great opponent, accepted, releasing his power and activating the 6th step, Chura, a technique that burns the core of the user's aura, in exchange for a brutal increase in strength and speed, an exclusive ability of Paradise Warriors, a group to which Corrin also belonged. However, he had never used that technique until now. Euphoric about the battle and grateful to his rival, he activated the 6th step, Shura, without restrictions, and both unleashed all their power. In a violent clash, the boxer gained the advantage with brutal jabs, while Corrin responded with cuts. And in an exchange of blows where blood flew through the air, the protagonist managed to gain the advantage. And before the admiring gaze of his former professor, he finished him off with a thrust directly to the heart. Tired, Corrin falls to his knees, closing his eyes and allowing the screams of agony to return to his mind. And suffering, the screams of his companions begging to be saved, while they were massacred by shadow monsters in that dark world, which in his other life Fernac led after escaping this second act, a hell called Paradise, where hundreds of innocents, comrades, and friends were eliminated, and that memory gave him strength to get up. Although exhausted, standing firm before the body of Fernac, one of the celestial kings of the demented King Balthazar, who sought to bring hell to earth, and checking the body, he doesn't find the Druidalialful jewel, which he would receive as a gift upon recovering the original rune, admitting that if Fernac had had it, he would never have been able to win, and he finally took the original rune, the treasure Balthazar was pursuing, since having the 8 original runes could bring the shadow paradise to that world. Understanding Balthazar's motivations, but he did not support them at all, despising the countless innocent lives that had been lost in that hopeless fight. However, his body began to take its toll, falling exhausted to the ground with burst eardrums. The torso burned, ribs and back shattered, and the liver pierced by Fernac's blows. And even his internal organs were seriously damaged, and the little that remained healthy of him was exhausted from the use of Shura, slowly losing consciousness, to the point of no longer caring about his mission rewards. And about to pass out, Licha appears, who carries him on her back. Corian, recognizing her, worries about the chaos she left in the academy. She clarifies that Dana took care of it, while the others looked for him, except Drone, who doesn't feel like a friend towards him, but rather as a partner, and that he left early, reminding them that they owed him money for the mission. The protagonist also worries about the treasures he carried, but she collected everything before leaving. This surprised him, thinking she was smarter than normal, annoying her by offering her a shake. And Corin apologizes to avoid further damaging his organs, and so both rest on a bench, where Corin thanks the girl for fighting the Mountain King. However, she prefers to reprimand him for preparing all that time to fight Fernac without telling anyone, asking that they fight together until the end next time. And although Corin only wanted to avoid losses among those he cared about, he accepts the girl's proposition while they watch the sunset. And so some time later, Lark and Jaeger headed to visit the very injured Corin, thinking he would be alone. However, they found him surrounded by girls tending to him, and Corin, happy to see them, greeted him. But both friends had other intentions. They wanted to finish what Fernac had started, and the girls continued taking care of Corin, filling him with attention, fruits, and candies, while Ran offered him a giant fish. And his friends suffered in silence from envy, and Alicia suggested a game, including Corin's friends, who went from suffering to happiness for being surrounded by pretty girls, and the fun was interrupted when someone knocked on the door. Jaeger went to answer and was surprised, as were the others except Corin, who was already expecting the director, and Josephine to be there, who sent everyone outside to talk with Corin. Worried about the incident with Fernac, Ale Prota reveals to them that the professor was a spy. She confirms it upon discovering the commandments on his body. However, they still did not know who his boss was. Corin, with knowledge in hand, revealed to them that it was Tate Baltazar. This upset Josephine, but Corin clarifies that the step techniques, the infinite, and Fernac's commandments come from his master. Just like him, Josephine didn't think much and threatened him, thinking he was also a spy. And the protagonist calmed her down, cautiously getting up, preferring to avoid upsetting her, especially since he knew that the director's body in front of them was just a replacement. The real body remained weak and hidden, staying that way all this time, while his disciple remained alive, strengthening himself and surrounding himself with allies. And all this had happened because the president hesitated 80 years ago, which caused the original ones to scatter all over the world, and only managing to recover 2, and 1 thanks to Corin, while the enemy accumulated great treasures that brought him closer to his coronation, foretelling many bad things. However, Corin handed over the original rune, calling the director by his real name, Aaron Danua. The reason why Josephine, with 80 years of experience, was not the president of the academy. It was simply because during that time, Aaron had created 3 bodies with runic stones to take her place as different academy directors. However, the true identity of all those bodies was Aaron. Josephine was speechless before Corin, who revealed his commandments and affirmed that their common interests were saving the world. Revering her, he begged her to take him as her spear. He acted as her hound on that mission, looking at her with deep sadness upon remembering the great sacrifice she had made for him. Later, the real Aaron, hidden, doubted everything Corin had said about Balthazar. Josephine, although she didn't express many opinions, watched as her master, in her state of despair, decided to investigate Corin further, seeking to confirm the veracity of his information and understand the look of sadness he had directed at her. And so, some time later, at the vacation ceremony, the rank reclassification was held at a congress where all students receive potatoes courtesy of Mari and her convenient potato storage, and she is nervous about the reclassification. However, when her name is mentioned, she only receives praise for overcoming her vampirism and helping in the king's incident. And next, the audience was surprised to hear the names of the other students who participated in the experiment building. Cranel, who was crying about not being with his golem. Uel, who watched him with pity. Drone, to whom everything seemed to not matter. Alachek was present, and finally Corin. All were promoted to semi-first grade, except Corin, who was promoted directly to first rank, which caused strangeness among the audience. And to Corin, who knew he didn't qualify for the rank, but understood that it was the Academy's way to compensate him for what happened with Fernac. Moreover, this will help him access better missions, and more importantly, form a guild, visualizing all the companions he will manipulate to join. After the Academy, everyone talks about their vacation plans. Drone will look to make money. Yeager will rest at home. Lark will take an internship at the Magic Tower. Jewel wants to return to the land of the Druids in the west, right in the same direction as Cranel, who is looking for a castle with materials for the cores. Alich, for her part, seems to be returning home because her grandfather is looking for her. Corin, on the other hand, avoids going home, since everyone is traveling, remembering how the last time he traveled alone was to stay in an empty house. Alich tries to convince him to accompany her, as she is scared to see her grandfather. But Corin, according to his knowledge, remembers that nothing will happen to her, so he doesn't accompany her. Just when Marie arrives, she reminds her that she needs to go somewhere before the next game event, using her free time to travel by train. And on the train, a group of bandits prepares to assault the passengers, intimidating them with the power of their boss, a former semi-special grade guardian, until Corin and Marie appear looking for their seats, ruining the atmosphere of intimidation. So the leader tries to intimidate Corin with a knife, asking him to raise his hands. Corin obediently raises his fist and sends him flying, thus beginning his journey south. And now we go back a long time to the secret library of the Academy, where Corin was reading a book with the regeneration ability. The text told a surprising story, where Duke Savantia met a wounded warrior, with his entrails exposed, to whom he offered clemency to end his suffering. However, the warrior only asked for a little water. The Duke, accepting, took the water, and it, once inside the warrior, completely reformed him. Amazed by the story, Corin finished reading the grimoire. Meanwhile, Lark, still possessed by the Duke, advised him that if he ever traveled south, he should look for something in the castle. And although in his other life Corin found nothing there, it seemed that something else was hidden, something that the Duke hoped they would discover. And as the master of the runes who will save the world, the Duke trusts Corin for not having escaped his mission and thanks him for the information about his family. And now we return to the present, with Corin arriving in the south with Marie, who curiously is from that region. And upon getting off the train conductor thanks him for having prevented the robbery and captured the bandits, giving them a small reward in gold. Corin, of course, accepts, further improving his commandment points thanks to his good deed. And walking with Mari, she recommends a restaurant to him, where Corin decides to invite her, while the conductor watches them, thinking that he is an excellent person. However, not everything is perfect for the protagonist, since to reach their destination, they must wait a long time at a station. Luckily, his vampiric friend suggests another transport giant birds that make the trip faster. However, these are so expensive that even Sihoo hated them. Luckily, Mariel had the solution, her family transport, which was a gigantic griffin carrying a house. And so, at the control tower, everyone prepared for the imminent landing of the Dunilov exclusive transport. While they cleared the runway for the imposing beast, they speculated that her sudden arrival was due to the Academy vacation. So one of the employees organized a worthy welcome for the princess. And upon landing, an army of servants came down to receive her and congratulate her on her promotion. This worried Corin, who began to wonder if Marie's family really worked in agriculture, doubting how large their territory was. Marie replied that it was 2 million. Corin assumed she was talking about square meters, which in itself was surprising. But Marie clarified that it was hectares, leaving him stunned, imagining the insane amount of land the millionaire girl possessed. And while traveling towards the mansion, Corin noticed that the Dunilov family owned the cities of Duna and Lef in the south, with hundreds of businesses, including a wrestling association. And finally, they arrived at Marie's house, where Corin asked her why she had hidden information about her great fortune. She claims it belongs to her parents, but a very happy butler named Paul appears stating that Marie is the legitimate heiress. Corin, surprised by not noticing his presence, listens to Paul ask who he is. Maria replies that he is a junior. The butler, seeing the potential in Corin, moved at full speed to tell him about the enormous economic benefits that becoming part of the family would bring, hurrying him to cheer up. Before any of the hundreds of marriage proposals Maria receives won him over. But luckily for Corin, he doesn't manage to understand everything he says because he speaks so fast, preferring to return to the topic of the Duke's castle. Paul reported that the castle had been bought by Cassius, whom Corin remembered as a terrible person, and who had forced them to defeat an ancient sea serpent to allow him entry to the castle. And thinking he would have to go through the same thing again, until he burned the report that this time there would be no problems, since he had notified Count Cassius in advance, who was so excited to receive her that he would even organize a party. And Corin was stunned, seeing how something that was once so difficult was resolved easily thanks to Marie, seeing her as a saint, who now suggests going shopping to prepare for the party. There Corin was amazed, not only to see that the entire shopping street was named after Marie, but also by how exorbitantly expensive the products were, and Marie paid for the items whose cost equaled the entire subdivision of houses in South Korea. Worrying the boy who asked if she wasn't buying him like her slave, Marie happily suggested buying even more, while Corin was terrified by the idea of ending up in complete slavery. And the last thing she buys is a material from which the Odachi sword is made, and Dalicha, an unbreakable stone that amazes Corin, who considers it the most expensive gift he has ever received. However, he didn't notice Marie's clear, lustful smile when handing it over, nor how she returned to her tender expression. And during the night, Corin arrived at dinner like a lost dog, where Marie was happily waiting for him, accompanied by her mother, who gave him a warm smile. Corin greeted her politely, but was soon intercepted by Mard Dunilif, Marie's father, who asked him a question that would define his future. Was he a virgin? Corin answers affirmatively, and the father receives scoldings from the girls, but he insists that he must make sure his future son-in-law is a virgin. And so the complicated scene and the protagonist's confusion begin, with Mard wanting his daughter to have Oedipus complex, which earns him a good thrashing from the girl. He, refusing to stop saying strange things, is taken out of the place while throwing a childish tantrum. And the Duchess apologizes for the strange scene that seems to amuse Corin, and the Duchess continues stating that she had heard a lot about Corin, and thanked him for taking care of her daughter. He humbly replied that he had only done what he had to do. Since she deserved to be happy, these words greatly pleased the Duchess, dispelling any doubts she might have had about him. However, a grateful C also warned that Corin's hands would be the only thing to touch his daughter, and not to mention making the bed jump. This caused Marie to knock him to the ground again, thus officially welcoming him to the peculiar Dunilov family. And so the next day, dressed in formal wear, Marie and Corin arrived at the Duke's castle. Cassius received them with excessive cordiality, being very different from the idiot Corin remembered. And with the announcement of their entry with great fanfare, they attracted the eyes of everyone present, who were amazed to see Marie. Corin, seeing her so happy and radiant as the beloved princess of the South, felt satisfied to have saved her. However, due to the great attention she received, Corin decided to let her enjoy the event before taking care of important matters. But not even 5 seconds passed before Marie was approached by a crowd of boys asking her to dance. And nervously not knowing how to respond, Marie froze. Corin, seeing the situation, approached on his knees like a true gentleman, causing annoyance among the other suitors. And he gently took Marie's hand, kissed it, and asked her for the first dance, criticizing the others for wanting to dance with his partner before him. And his actions were thanks to advice given to him by a slutty girl in his past life. And Marie, redder than a tomato, accepted. And so they danced. Corin apologized for exaggerating, and she assured him she was just nervous. And although the protagonist thinks he only did it to help her, seeing her so radiant, he begins to feel nervous and blushes. The moment ends when Marie accidentally steps on his foot with her heel. In pain, he tries to control it while she apologizes, and Corin takes the initiative and suggests a way to teach her to dance, although the method will look strange in the eyes of others, affirming that only they matter, calming her with a big smile, beginning the lesson, where he will guide her while she follows the rhythm of his foot, and between gazes and movements. And now both coordinated, the tensions disappear, laughing carefree, and the protagonist sees the scene as a dream. Once the dance ended, other suitors try to approach her, but are rejected by a tired Marie, who retires with Corin, leaving the boys furious, while the girls recognize Corin as a considerate knight, convinced that Marie is in love. And so, for their part, the duo began their search in the Vampire Duke's office, reviewing documents and looking for something unknown. However, after hours of searching, they ended up exhausted on the sofa without finding anything. And Marie wasn't hungry because she hadn't eaten anything, and shot Corin a look that clearly said he would be her snack. And so she settled on Corin's lap, moving close to his neck, excited by the situation. And Corin sweat, and so she finishes eating, while Korin feels nothing thanks to his regeneration, which didn't seem to please Marie. However, Korin remembers how he got the grimoire with this ability and soul dust, thinking he might have the solution, asking Marie to summon Diago. She does so, but they need him to be more transparent, like a spirit. The jackal doesn't like this, as it is equivalent to almost dying, yet she does it, disappearing to the point that Korin stops perceiving him due to his restriction. At that moment, something stalks Korin. He tries to warn his senior, but it's too late, and he is transported to a strange dimension. Korin understood that the Duke had opted for the separation of souls and bodies, leaving the soul in the grimoire, and the body there, putting him at risk of dying, upon seeing that in front of him was the body of Duke Savantia, who was surprised to see someone in that place. Korin commented that he knew his soul, although he doubts how, with body and soul separated. The body continues speaking. Savantia silences him, expressing that he will ask the questions. Korin, preparing for combat, is only annoyed by not receiving welcome gifts, and he recalled the story he told, that 800 years ago Duke Savantia marked his legend as one of the strongest of all time, who now thinks his soul was defeated, putting Korin in trouble, who assures him that the Duke only transcended to another world, guiding him there, but the Duke doesn't believe him, as he brought a vampire with him. The protagonist understands what he's talking about while stopping his blows, doubting how a body without a soul can move. Savantia explains that as an immortal vampire, he only needs a fraction of the soul, attacking with force, affirming that that small part kept him tied to the castle and protected him from turning into a blood-sucking monster, the same fate that, according to him, Marie would face. Korin firmly defended Marie, assuring that she was different, that she controlled her impulses. Savantia retorted that he also tried, fighting for 800 years to suppress his instincts, but he never succeeded, removing his mask, showing his sewn mouth to avoid biting anyone, affirming that he still clearly remembered the taste of blood, returning the mask to its place, making it clear that he didn't believe Korin's words. If the boy intended to stop him, he wouldn't be safe, unleashing all his power, terrifying Korin not only because of the strength, but because he endangered Marie, since even if the Duke is weakened after centuries, he is still overwhelmingly powerful. Without holding back Korin, he activated the sixth step, Chura, and the Serpent Calamity technique, advancing with fury and concentrating energy into a gigantic dragon form that manifested around his spear. However, the vampire Nisimuta raising his sword and mentioning that the move he will use has eliminated dragons since he was a child. And with a quick movement of his demonic sword, he launched a burst of energy, destroying everything in its path, including Korin, who regretted underestimating him, while another version of Savantia also dealt with Marie, considering her an animal, which she clearly denied. This amuses the Duke, who compares how both attack someone they cherished, and although Marie thinks she controls herself, he affirms that deep down, he desires the blood of his lover, expressing that it's only a matter of time before he hurts those he loves. And Marie, barely dodging, manages to summon Dooku. However, the Duke easily imprisons him with his chain technique, although he recognizes that the monster is a strong animal, even stronger than him at his best. But he still considers him just an animal, stabbing him with his sword. Marie tries to undo the summoning, but it's useless. The Duke used his Romani sealing sword, designed to seal immortal beings, excellent against vampires, throwing 2 of those against Mari, who tries to escape. But she is wounded again, and the Duke approaches slowly, asking her to die, once and for all like the animal she was. And full of pain, Mari remembers when Korin saved her in her moment of madness, affirming that he trusted her. That's why she would keep fighting. And just at that moment, the Duke materializes Korin completely wounded, expressing that the end is near for both of them, freeing Marie, who tries to help Korin. However, her concern turns into hunger, desiring the boy's neck, while Ivan observes attentively, confirming his doubts. Vampires should not exist, as they are beasts incapable of stopping their instincts, even before the beings they love. Marie, furious, bites her lips, and under the vampire's gaze begins to kiss Korin, spilling the blood from her own lips to try to save him. This act goes completely against vampiric nature, confusing Savantia's thoughts. While desperate Mari waits for Korin to react, Savantia, seeing everything, understood that he had been mistaken. She was stronger than him, capable of defying his instincts. Meanwhile, Mari wept desperately with the body in her arms. The designated Duker, raised his sword and stabbed Korin before Marie's terrified gaze. And although she tries to stop him, her efforts were useless, falling into despair, begging him not to take Korin's life until everything ends in a giant flash. When everything calmed down, Korin woke up in the room with a huge scar on his body. Both he and Marie were confused by what happened. Sihoo, throwing his weapon to the ground, offered Korin his auracore, finally understanding why his soul had guided him there, recognizing Korin's heroism and lack of greed, affirming that he deserves to change the world, seeing him achieve the things he never could. And Sihoo fades before them, asking them to correct their past mistakes. And Korin receives the core, and barely has time to think when Marie throws herself on him, hugging him tightly while crying for almost losing him, and asks him not to die without her permission. The protagonist smiles and accepts. Finally, everything ended well, with Korin obtaining the reward. And the demonic nature of the Duke, who after suffering for 800 years could finally rest. And after the fight, Korin checks his stats and his new power core, confused why Sihoo didn't offer this power to Sihoo, and why he made them suffer so much to acquire it. And with his clothes covered in blood, he was forced to wash them in a room, where he remained covered only with towels, while Maria slept, almost naked with her head resting on his leg. At that moment, a maid entered the room, and Korin reacted quickly to explain that the sweat, the panting, and the nudity had nothing to do with what it clearly looked like. The blushing maid, thinking she interrupted intense affectionate rest, apologized and left. Korin desperately begged her to believe him, assuring that nothing had happened. However, upon observing the scene again, he realized that it was impossible to convince anyone otherwise. And so a misunderstanding formed, which led Mard, furious about the supposed breaking of the virginity rule, to unleash a hunt that would last 20 days. And so Korin managed to hide in the mountains, taking advantage of the time to train while escaping. Eventually, everything was cleared up, and he ceased to be the most wanted man in the South, returning in a carriage ready for the second semester. And the festival, while Mari remembered the investments Korin planned to use to make huge profits from tourism with his inns, gloating about everything she would earn, laughing maniacally until her expression turns terrified upon seeing a huge typhoon lashing the city, modifying a new future. And with Maria paying attention upon seeing that this would affect the festival, she tries to calm him down, leaning close to his ear to offer to pay his debt, as long as he signed a small document, and with a lustful expression that aroused suspicions in Korin, who knew he had to solve the problem immediately. And now in the academy dormitory, the director received him. Korin asked about Josephine, who apparently had gone on vacation to the temple with Ran, and the director asked him to spend the night there, since it would soon be his new dormitory. Korin interpreted that he wanted to increase surveillance over him, but what really worried him was the typhoon that could destroy the city. The director, unconcerned, explained that it was not just any typhoon, but a demonic beast. It arrived there after a series of random events that began in the south, where a huge being called Nobber of the Sea lived, a sea serpent that wrecked merchant ships. This monster became the target of Levant Valdria, a noble rejected by Marie at the party, where Korin's hatred would also awaken. Determined to prove his worth to her, Levant led a squad to defeat the serpent, and although they managed to drive it away, they did not defeat it completely, but they celebrated their victory anyway. But they also didn't count all the victims of the sea monster that it left in its flight, including a pair of typhoon bats, who were loving each other in the air, who formed a destructive typhoon that protected them while they did so. And this failed when the noble of the sea, weakened due to the male for his magical nutrients, caused the vulnerable female to travel to a quiet place to have her offspring, the academy where it is now destroying Korin's land, who understood that his trip was a butterfly effect that, as its effect dictates, literally unleashed a typhoon. And although he begged his workers not to stop the construction, they suggested he give up under the intense rain, with the typhoon threatening the festival. And the inns, Korin calculated the losses, land, materials, labor, and concluded that he was completely screwed, owing a huge amount of money, sinking into madness and desperation, accepting financial ruin. And so sometime later the director gathered a group to deal with the typhoon. This team included the elderly Hammon, the little witch Dana, who was motivated by the possibilities of recovering the funds lost after the incident with the Mountain King, and Edgar Linton, from the Faculty of Magic, who opposed the plan, arguing that the typhoon would disappear on its own in a month. Lurara to Mars, another professor, doubted that until Edgar explained that once the bat appeared, the typhoon would dissipate, preferring to let nature take its course. Many supported this idea, except Orjan Renter, who preferred to subdue the monster to avoid delays. However, this was not a job for academics, so they gave up the plan. It was then that a desperate Corin spoke up. Euphoric, he proclaimed his desire to protect the weak affected by the typhoon, insisting on hunting the beast. Edgar opposed again, but Corin, crying and screaming, begged for all those who had lost their possessions in the typhoon, that is, himself, and his insistence, loaded with tears and heartbreaking passion, managed to get many to support him. And so they quickly organized to confront the typhoon. Georgian, impressed by Corin's determination, showed him respect, although he knew that Corin was betting everything on his economy in the mission, naming the mission to reach the eye of the hurricane and defeat the bat, with the mages opening the rift for the entry of the group of warriors, which would have been simple if it weren't for the huge horde of monsters inside that arrive because of the bat, getting trapped inside without food until now. However, Corin was not worried, as he had team members like Hammond, known as the one with strong arms, a semi-premier rank warrior who massacred the beasts effortlessly. Along with him was Orger, the Knight of the Great Axe, also semi-first rank, and of course their leader, Edgar, a first-rank mage, capable of using even the smoke from a cigarette as a weapon. In addition, the first-rank knight of the barbarian tribe, the Berserker, was part of the group, who fought alongside Corin, who, apart from slightly annoying him, only furiously thinks about his rematch against the bat. And so the squadron advanced until they reached the center of the typhoon, where even Edgar was amazed to see another mini typhoon protecting the bat, impressed by the motherly love she has. But the mission continues with Edgar asking Orjan if they think they can enter. He supposes so, but with ground bones, so he decides to move to Plan B, asking for help, launching a green flare that alerts the mages, calling Dana, who cannot resist unleashing all her power, causing a huge lightning storm that terrified the warrior team, who feared the witch would overdo it. And Edgar raised a protective shield just in case, while the crazy witch unleashed excessive fire power, destroying everything in its path and dissipating the typhoon, almost wiping out the squadron in the process. And although he was never bothered by being on the verge of death, Edgar remained calm, because it seemed the plan had worked, or not, because to his surprise, the small typhoon had not only suffered no damage, but the creature inside it began to grow, reaching the size of a Kaiju. Corin, terrified, recognized this as an evolution, a process by which an organism surpasses its simple alpha state, reaching a higher level, which the bat reached, after absorbing Dana's power, and it became a beast that Corin baptized as the King of Lightning. This unleashes its power, dragging everyone into the typhoon. Ammon tries to ask the mages for help, but this would only have strengthened the bat. Luckily, Corin is ready to attack, completely forgetting that his techniques are step-based, for which he needs the ground, and being dragged by the typhoon, getting trapped, and unable to do anything, until he managed to return to solid ground, where he found Seker, who was also useless in the air, and so the protagonist seems to give up, until he remembers his motivation, money, and with a new idea, he jumped over his head, owing Seker, and used the others as a platform until he reached the front of the bat, and where a confrontation between a man blinded by revenge and a mother protecting her young would begin. But that epic fight doesn't even begin, because Corin ends up trapped by a smiling slime. With no intention of giving up, he throws his weapon with all his might, only for it to bounce off without doing anything, leaving the protagonist with a lost look. With no more techniques or ideas, he resignedly falls towards the ground, crying for not being able to be a businessman. As he descended, defeated, he observed the bat, the cause of his misfortunes, which was about to be attacked by a strange figure. And astonished, he saw how the bat began to receive a brutal beating at the hands of Ran, who hit the creature with such force that it generated a huge flash and a shockwave that destroyed the entire terrain, and the typhoon dissipated. The knights fall from the sky. Orjan conscious doubts what happened, and so together with Corin, he sees the silhouettes of Ran approaching from the dust, and Josephine, making Corin kneel without thinking, reading a psalm from the Bible to thank the savior of his money. And so the typhoon ended, leaving little damage and few injured, and a blue sky. Then the academy offered social service, with Marie as its best representative, distributing potatoes among the people. Everyone showed their best face, except Ran, who continued to be scary, and Corin scolded her, asking her to show more humanity. And he told her a random story about a broken leg. The narration spoke of a person who in wild and distant times broke his leg, which at that time was synonymous with death. However, someone took care of that person until the broken leg healed, and thanks to that act of compassion, civilization arose. But Ran only sees this as proof of human weakness, since someone like her doesn't need help from any human. And as she walked away from Corin, he briefly touched her feelings when he promised he would help her. However, still the girl scorned his weakness, continuing on her way, remembering that she was practically a demonic beast. And she was sure that if Corin knew everything she had done and whom she had hurt, he would never trust her, seeing it as stupid ingenuity. Suddenly, the ghost of a little girl appeared on her back, begging her to return her body. And Ran had no intention of doing so, which reinforced her idea that if Corin found out, he would never want to help her. And during the night, Corin reflects on how the academy, supposedly, was a safe place. However, in the darkest alleys, an outlaw group called Black Star operated, whose income came from human trafficking and smuggling, in addition to special assignments. And now we return to Corin, who has to solve the problem of lack of drinks, and who, already drunk, starred in a show with a waitress. The bar staff tried to calm him down, but Corin insisted on speaking to the boss. Just then the leader appeared, annoyed by the chaos, and he is a member of the Black Stars, exactly who Corin was looking for. But the boss seems to respect the academy students, to the point of offering to pay the bill so he leaves without making a scene. But he still ends up with a beer on his head, and the subordinates try to attack the boy. Although the boss prefers to send a couple of elite warriors from the north who Corin dispatches with a couple of blows, starting the fight which quickly ends with the floor stained with blood, only Corin remaining against the boss, who terrified asks him who he is. He replies that he is a rabid dog hunter, before giving him a brutal punch, and so he eliminated the Black Stars from that area, although his goal was always to rescue the semi-human slaves, beings relegated from society with whom they trafficked, thus freeing all the creatures. Investigating the place, arriving with a forest nymph whom he asks about Ren and Ron, two small beast children, terrified, whom he tried to approach kindly. But Ren, the older sister, remained defensive, protecting her brother, and Corin remembered the muscular, tall, and aggressive Reen he had met, a figure that completely contrasted with the little girl in front of him, and only 1 year before their first encounter, when Reen was part of the villains who collaborated with the church to foster hatred towards demi-humans. At that time, they had been used to commit monstrous acts that unleashed political struggles between princesses. And despite recognizing the Beast siblings as former enemies whom he had brutally defeated, Corin now saved them. Corin now saved him, although Ren still did not trust him, but Corin hugged her, promising to protect them. This gesture filled the Beast children with warmth, who after introducing themselves trusted him, to the point of falling asleep in his arms. However, Corin knew that despite his good deed, he could not use them in his guild. Later back at the bar, a bartender, who was also an executive employee of the Information Guild, asked the stressed Corin what he would do with the children, and without many options, Corin asked her to take them to an inn and feed them, pretending to be completely altruistic, although he only thinks that his plan failed again, since he plans to use the Beast siblings in the next battle, but now he must save Han alone. Meanwhile, at the bird airport, the employee receives Professor Kang Ryan from the Boreum Academy, along with his disciples, Jin Hyuk and Kang Yu-gwa, who are cordially taken to a carriage, where the boys behave childishly until their professor reminds them to concentrate on what is important. Jin asks him if they will find who they are looking for there, and Kang assures him, arousing the hatred of his students, whom he tries to calm, although Jin cannot do it, remembering that scene full of fire, blood, and death, led by Ran. And so a month passes, and the Academy prepares the festival, which more than a fun event. It is a competition between the 4 main academies. Although Yeager and Larg are excited to form groups in the events, Alicia is interested in which event Corin will participate in, who plans to drag her into the doubles event. This caused complaints from the lazy girl, whom he also sets aside for the group events at once, and resigned to being Corin's slave again, instead of enjoying the festival. Alicia thought about the possibility of being replaced by Mari. However, Korin explained that unfortunately the little vampire is only interested in the prize of the individual competition. And at that moment the Academy received the arrival of new characters: Kang, the Taoist sage, Jin, the warhound, and Yu Hua, the sword master. And Kang wasted no time in making his first move, requesting the transfer of a student from Josephine. The master flatly refused, which pleased Kang, who wished to recover the cause of the massacre and destruction of his castle. His niece ran. However, Josephine and the director had taken advantage of the case to take the girl away, refusing to return her due to her special situation. And Kang tells her that he wants to eliminate the beast that lives in his niece. But Josephine clarifies that thanks to that beast, the girl's body remains alive. And the refusals continued, as the professor doubted that a demon could live with humans. But Josephine was very confident. This attracted the attention of a sinister-looking bishop named Lee, who opined that Ran was only waiting for the right moment to attack. She tried to calm the bishop, but he showed his aggressiveness at the idea of stopping a demon nearby. And so, both sharing the same opinion, they suggest to Josephine that Ran participate in the festival, since her identity will end up being revealed in the battle. Something that Josephine considers a terrible idea. However, to avoid facing the church's old customs of burning witches, she accepts since she thinks that if Ran manages to control herself, she will prove her point. Although they make it clear that she and the director are Ran's tutors, and later Josephine, relieved by how the situation had unfolded, remembers how Korin had told her some time ago that Baltasar's new dogs would arrive soon. Her suspicions led her to think of the church or the Borome Academy, but he knows that both will act. The church to improve its reputation, and the academy for revenge, both with the same objective. Ran, this event being decisive for the development of the story. Josephine tasked her with monitoring the church, while sending the newly built inns to the academy, awakening Josephine's suspicions, but Korin dissuaded them by showing her the runes with an oath to save the world. Despite this, she continued to doubt, especially since the inns he mentioned seemed to belong to a student. Korin tried to distance himself, although the rumors mentioned him by name and surname. And sweating cold, he decided to stand firm in his act. Finally, Josephine accepted, entrusting him with receiving 100 guests. And so time passed until the preliminaries of the group event arrived, where Lark, Yeager, and Korin arrived at the place, full of competitors. The first ones doubted if they could survive, while Korin noticed that Ran was not there, assuming she would only participate in the individual competitions. And at that moment, he started looking for Licha, who was trapped among the crowd. Kang also appears, who will be the judge of the first selection, where only 16 participants will remain. And Lark recognizes that with Kang as judge it will be an infernal test, which worries his companion. And so Kang starts the event, saving the citizens by forming a huge labyrinth around everyone. And Korin's companions were amazed by the spiritist's power, while explaining that the mission required them to rescue rock dolls shaped like people that could follow orders. 1 point would be earned for each doll rescued, but if one was destroyed, 2 points would be lost. This excited his friends, but Korin looked at them like simple little children. For her part, Alicia, leading her own group, eliminated a short soft-bone creature and received praise from all her companions, bringing out her conceited side, feeling fulfilled, bringing more points to the safe zone. But her happiness was interrupted when a strong tremor shook the ground. The girl expected to see a locomotive, but what appeared was a voice ordering them to drop their weapons, and they surrendered to the Mandrake bandits, while Lark and Yeager made their triumphal entrance, rocking out with a harp on top of a huge dystopian truck formed by stone humans. Confused, Alicia wonders why they were in that state and worried about the harp. However, an evil laugh interrupted her thoughts, hearing Korin's voice, who in a dystopian Joker version ignored her name, and he self-proclaimed himself the Almighty and Mortal Lodge, who instead of rescuing citizens, Korin preferred to eliminate the competition. Korin explained his plan, which started with only 3 people and extravagant costumes. Then they joined a larger group, and they advanced and never bothered to look for a safe zone. Instead, they accumulated all possible students as if they were a human shield, preventing opponents from attacking them for fear of losing points. And thanks to this strategy, they wiped out all their rivals. Some considered his tactics cowardly, which forced others to try to attack hand-to-hand. And Lark asked his boss for permission to attack, With Corin's endorsement, he launched a huge fireball that destroyed everything in its path, including some citizens, something they weren't worried about because they had a large surplus. Thanks to this plan, they accumulated a large number of citizens and managed to defeat 30 students. Having fun in the process, returning to the present, Alich observes a power-crazed Corin, who asks her to join them. This confuses the girl, who even receives an offer for an executive position, but she remains true to her ideals. Unfortunately, her companions do not, as the Proto offers a position with his bandits to the first one who defeats Alich, and so they all rush towards her. She feels betrayed, while Corin reflects on the human nature of betrayal when one's security is at risk. But now Licha eliminates everyone, and now with no intention of having honor, she melts into power, stating that she is now the vice president of the vampires. On the other hand, another group formed based on friendship was near, led by Marie and Isabel, who advanced easily until the Immortal Lodge appeared. Isabel was confident she could win as they were all stronger, which was true, so Corin used his best technique to become emotional, crying in front of Marie. This ends up convincing her too much, entering a state of madness, with Isabel watching how her friendship with Marie was easily defeated by the power of love. And in a fit, Marie entered power mode and began to attack even her female companions, including Isabel, and so Marie joins Corin's group, beginning their celebration, accompanied by the leader's evil laugh. All of this was observed by Kang and Josephine, and although surprised by Corin's strategic talent, Josephine preferred to deny that he was her student, due to the embarrassing and deranged nature of his performance. However, although his moral reputation was stained, the plan allowed them to easily pass the group trial. Then came the duos matches. The first opponents were the Chen brothers from the Burem Academy, who attacked Corin, who easily escapes to use his Pokémon, that is, Alicia, to use Quick Attack. She, even with many complaints, ends up doing it, easily defeating the duo, with the protagonist celebrating their victory, annoying Licha because he did nothing, arguing in the arena while being observed by Jin, and Yugua, who are not very surprised by Licha's techniques, despite being Arden's heir. Rather, they notice Corin, due to his great strength, remembering that they thought they should face two problems alone. The Berserker Seeker and the Vampire Marie, recognizing their strength, hoping not to meet when their plan begins. But something alerts him, making them furious. Meanwhile, in the city, Ran is surprised by the peace and quiet felt in the city, because everyone is at the festival, a silence that reminds her of when she was born as Yaksha, where she eliminated everything she saw, and suddenly, something alerted her. A sensation so powerful that she almost mistook it for an attack. However, it was nothing more than Jin's killing intent, who was having fun watching most of them fall for his trick. And although it was only a deception, the true intention to eliminate her was evident in Jin's gaze. Confused, Ran asked him if he knew her, to which Jin, with a sadistic smile, replied that he had never seen her face, calling her sister, and immediately pretending to have confused the person. Ran remained doubtful, as there was something about Jin that felt slightly familiar, and not wanting to think too much about it, she decided to leave. From a distance, Jin could barely contain his anger upon observing her, and at that moment Yuga arrived, annoyed that Jin had moved imprudently. However, he was satisfied, as at least they had confirmed that his technique worked on her, since it was the only thing capable of sealing a monster like Ran, and Jin trembled, unable to hide his hatred, while Yuga asked him to wait for the right moment to make the beast inside Ran disappear and save her, so Jin promised him he would do it right, although his gaze burned with devouring hatred. On the other hand, in the middle of Wrath, a town far from the city, the next phase of the group tournament was taking place. In a tavern, Corin complained about another change in the future, something Josephine had already warned him about, as an idea proposed by Khan, who had also voiced his complaints about stolen materials. And the main suspect for Josephine was Corin, who once again was terrible at feigning innocence, remembering that he had stolen materials for the 8-gate ritual against evil, with which he planned to obtain Ran. Then, Kang enters the cavern, while Alicia tries to eat something, confirming to Corin that the girl never pays attention, since she cannot eat there, and while Kang counts all the participants to start the event. Throwing a talisman, Corin inaugurated it, exploding the head of a subject in the bar, with everyone else starting to do the same. In a violent massacre, amid Alicia's confused screams, who ends up terrified after the chaos. Until Korin shows them that the bodies on the floor are only rotten zombies, since they are in a city that during the day apparently is normal, but at night it is Naria, the city of the living dead, trapped in a loop for 300 years. Khan explains the next event, dividing them into A4 groups, where they must search for moonstones in 3 days, not giving any additional information. So Korin's group, Alicia, Jaeger, and Lark begin their journey against millions of undead, with Korin determined to save Ran and advance to the next round. The plan is to avoid the city center, looking for easy targets in the surroundings, especially against zombies that swallowed moonstones, and with the team in a tower, visualizing their first objective, except for Jaeger, who is nearsighted, and Korin asks Lark to cast a flight spell on them to attack. But the little one tries to understand why the objective is growing in front of them, this being a reborn titan, one of the high-level bosses. Korin uncontrollably ordered Lark to flee, but while he, very confidently, tries to escape using his flight magic, and possessed object pushed him into the void, eliminating him and ruining the plan from the start. Korin had to improvise quickly, while the titan destroyed the tower with a single cut of his sword, and the remaining 3 tried to climb to the top, before the structure collapsed on them. Then Yeager expressed his serious doubts about staying near Korin, who seems to attract danger. And finally the tower collapsed, and the trio emerged from the rubble, and Alicia joined Jaeger, affirming that being near Korin was dangerous. He replied that at least it gave them emotions, although he admitted that his initial strategy had been a failure, losing a member. But Jaeger remained optimistic, until he was captured by a monster called Abyss Cry. With no time to rescue him, Alicia pointed out another enemy. Korin, disappointed, turned towards him, correctly identifying him as the Spectral King. And so the 3-level bosses gathered, making Licha give up everything for Lost, and Korin, for the first time, supporting that idea when the monsters advance towards them. Everything seems lost, but a flash of light illuminates the sky. A lightning bolt fell in the shape of a spear, cutting the monster's path. From the lightning arose a figure who asked them to follow her. Korin, concerned by the technique used, remained motionless until Licha snapped him out of his trance by pushing him to escape. In this way, they follow the mysterious figure to a safe place where Korin worriedly tries to talk to the girl. She interrupts him as she knows his doubts, revealing her identity and why she masters Korin's techniques, revealing herself as his master. Eren, who recognizes the boy as her disciple in a distant future, leaving him in shock. And now we see much time ago, and if Ho summoned Korin to a place, he arrived joking about being very obedient to him. But if Ho very seriously knocked on the door behind which, according to Korin, is the director's, as he was about to help him with a request. And so he introduced him to a master who would make him stronger, this being the first encounter between Korin and his master. And now in the present, in the middle of the city of the dead, Eren led the boys to a safe place. In gratitude, Alicia offers her a chocolate, but she cannot eat anything that does not correspond to her time, since in that city, for visitors, food cannot be consumed, as it would simply disappear in their stomachs. If someone ate something from another time, they could get trapped in the timeline. So Alicia devours her chocolate alone, asking Korin's master if she was present during the incident 300 years ago. And Korin, still suspicious, does not want to call the master and wonders how she is aware in that loop. Eren's answer is that she befriended the god of death, who keeps the undead alive, and he gave her the mission to stop the immortal god who will be born in the city center. A mission Korin signs up for, surprising Eren, and so the 3 set off for their first task, to confront the reborn titan, one of the 3 bosses they must defeat to stop the immortal king. And the beast attacked them, but Eren and Korin managed to dominate it with a double spear attack in a whirlwind. They wiped out the dead and shattered the titan's arm, and the creature tried to counterattack, but Korin dodged, and Eren lunged in for the attack, immobilizing it. Then, Korin gave the signal to Alicia, who finished it off, decapitating the monster. With the titan defeated, Korin collected the huge moonstone, while Alicia celebrated the victory. Thanking Eren for her powerful presence, she suggested resting until the next night, as the day was the only safe time to do so. And without wasting time, Alicia settled down and fell asleep as if she were at home. But Korin refused to sleep, even though Eren insisted he should be a good boy. In rest, the word child deeply unsettled him, something Eren took advantage of to annoy him. And she, for her part, was surprised to have taken on such a common person as a disciple, and Corin avoided looking directly at her, sadly remembering that before him there was another successor, Balthazar. However, he preferred not to mention it so as not to hurt her. Aaron noticed Corin's expression and understood that his future would not be bright. This made her smile, thanking him for his disciple's affection by avoiding telling him about his future. Corin remembered his other life, where at one point he faced Balthazar, and Fernac in a destroyed world, where with everything lost, Irene bought him time to escape. Although he refused, she stood firm, making it clear to him that as an adult, her priority would always be protecting the youngest. And so Corin received the last smile from the master, the woman who taught Jayo and ultimately sacrificed herself for him, thinking that if he had discovered Zizu sooner, perhaps he could have changed something. Remembering how even with all his knowledge of the future, he has done nothing but fail and create problems like the typhoon. And how now with his master, instead of following her plan to save Ran, that thought fills him with insecurity and doubts, to the point of being unable to sleep. Aaron noticed his expression, and with a smile playfully squashed his nose, expressing that he would fail if he kept overthinking everything. Corin then asked her if she held the same opinion about her own failures. Aaron replied that she had experienced and would experience countless defeats, hugging him from behind. She comforted him by assuring him that failure was not defeat, and she was happy to have taken him in as a disciple, promising to guide him on his path. And with these words, Corin felt great peace and began to fall asleep, although he still doubted if he could save Ran. Meanwhile, in the individual tournament, Ran faced a knight who suddenly struck her, and he was desperate, not being able to scratch her at all. Josephine watched attentively, hoping Ran would not overdo it, while the knight insisted. Ran remembered her master's words, who had warned her that most people would be weak and fragile, asking her to restrain herself to show that her existence was not dangerous. And finally, the knight gave up, boring Ran, who remembered how fun it was to train with Corin. And according to Josephine, Corin's power was incomparable to others, and Ran copying that move with which Corin had defeated her. She formed an enormous energy, in the shape of a dragon that exploded in the sky, terrifying the knight, who called her a monster. And accustomed to hearing that word, Rano expected that this time it would deeply affect her in the chest. Advancing to the next round, expecting the same result, until she saw her next opponent. Jin, he watched her, with a smile full of hatred, happy to see her again. And the combat immediately began with Jin, moving at full speed, with explosive movements that end with a big kick. The audience explodes with excitement, seeing that the boy might have a chance, and he quickly repeats his movements to deliver another brutal kick to Ran's face. That causes a large shockwave. However, terror grips him when the girl known as the Yakuza of Absolute Defense has no scratches, and who kindly suggests that he surrender. Jin, furious upon hearing her, called her a monster, hating that kindness and mercy that he believed she should have shown his family earlier. And full of ire, he promised to eliminate her, awakening in Ran memories of that bloody scene. Meanwhile, in Azrai, the dark mage Jeraglay, who was planning to attack the city, was confused to see that his magic circle was not working. And desperate to see the city's tranquility, he looked for the responsible party, suspecting it had been, according to him, the witch Lancera, a rune user, and he did not understand how she had been trapped in a 3-day loop for 3 centuries. And in his frantic search, he reached his huge and apparently perfect magic circle, discovering in its core something completely altering it, an original rune. Yuri arrives with Jeragal, who blames her for what she did. She admitted she had no choice, and she called him the Immortal King. This caused Jeragal to convulse, transforming into a grotesque amorphous mass. Aaron calmly asked him to play his part, while he, flooded with despair, cried, recounting that one night before, Alich and Corin had dealt with the Abyss Screamer and the Spectral King. Alich celebrated after her victory for the huge moonstones they had obtained, although Corin worriedly knew that they won thanks to Aaron's power, who, as a good teacher, congratulated them with a smile. However, Corin observed her with suspicion, since her guidance to defeat the enemies had been as perfect as if she had done it many times. However, the last task remained, defeating the Immortal King. Just then, they faced a emaciated and deformed version of Jeragal, the mage who had unleashed chaos in Azri by trying to usurp the position of the King of the Dead. And Alicia does not find him at all intimidating, while Corin wonders if he failed by becoming a lick, to which his master gives no answer, and so he decides to go to the front alone. Alicia tries to stop him, believing that even if he doesn't look like it, he is still a special grade monster. However, Corin knows that even as a failed lick, Jeragal was superior to that grade, and stronger than Marie. And when trying to attack him, Corin had to dodge a brutal blow that surprised everyone. And the Dark Mage launched consecutive attacks, destroying the ground time and again with huge flashes. Alik, astonished by so much power, screamed worriedly to know if Corin was still standing. Meanwhile, Jeragal laughed maniacally without noticing that in a matter of seconds his body was cut to pieces by Corin, who confidently appears behind him, warning him that if he expels magic so consecutively, it only makes it easier to lose sight of his target, and finally finishes him off with a push of demonic energy, leaving him mashed, remembering how a purely strength-based enemy is easy to defeat with the right technique. Besides, he repeated that mission many times in the game, and Alicia arrived surprised by how easy it was for him. However, Corin assumed she would have done it even faster, being more worried because Aaron was no longer with them, which seemed strange to Licha, as they were together very recently, and so the worried protagonist decides to look for her, entrusting the defense to Licha, and upon quickly reaching a rooftop, he found Aaron, and he asked her how many times the immortal king had awakened. She replied that she had defeated him 3.000 times. Since 300 years ago, in Asria, the Dark Mage had used a lunar eclipse to transform all the living dead, who suddenly appeared in the city. With this, Corin finally understands, and Aaron confirms it. She needed 3 days to defeat the immortal king, and because of this, she is the cause of the city's curse. The reason for everything was to prevent the world's collapse caused by the appearance of millions of undead. And using the original rune of paradise, she continued. Aaron managed to maintain balance. However, Corin knew that doing something like that was impossible, since reversing so many undead would mean going against precisely the voice that was speaking to him at that moment, the god of death, who seemed to know Corin as the one who defeated death, and feeling discovered as a regressor by the entity representing death, which managed the endless cycle of reincarnation. And Aaron explained how the Grim Reaper arrived there to destroy the original rune, which threatened the undead. But she ended up signing a deal. The Grim Reaper ended up at a crossroads, having 2 options: lose 1 million or allow the total collapse of the natural cycle when the world was invaded by the undead. And so she decided to accept the loop, but with several conditions. First, Jeragal had to be defeated and lose his memory every 3 days. Second, Iron had to divide into 2. One part that would leave the city and another that would remain perpetually in it. Third, the bosses had to be defeated, and on the 3rd night, Jeragal had to be executed, and thus beginning their cycle anew. And after repeating so many times, everything became exhausting for Aaron. And Corin, concerned, asks her how much longer her mind and body can endure that burden before ending up losing the battle. She firmly replied that she would do it, as much as she could, recognizing in Corin the mission to save someone, and being sure that she will save many. That's why she must continue her path. The Grim Reaper supports her, reminding her that saving the world requires sacrifices. And Corin heard how the Aaron who remained outside of Nasria didn't even know that version of her, and that in the end, no one would recognize her sacrifice. Despite this, Aaron remained determined, resigned to sacrifice herself, as she had done before by giving her life for him. Corin respected her for that, but did not plan to give up, and asked the Reaper for a contract. The intrigued entity took him to her dimension, where Corin requested to annul Aaron's contract and obtain a high-ranking treasure from the underworld. In exchange, he offered to cleanse Nasri in half a year, but the god does not seem to trust that he can achieve it, since that was not a task someone like him could perform. But when weighing the balance, he discovered that the deal was not fair, to Corin's surprise, since his request was too small compared to the magnitude of the task. And so the Reaper offered him an even better item, and the protagonist accepted. And when he exited the portal, Aaron was furious about what he had done, listening to Corin explain the deal to her, knowing that if he fails, his soul will be eliminated without the possibility of reincarnating again. This disturbs Aaron, but Corin takes her by the shoulders, affirming that he is only following her example, confessing that she changed his perception that everything was a game, and that in the most terrifying moments. She was the first heroine he knew, and the master he couldn't save, having to watch her sacrifice herself. And he asks her that now that he is not the same weak person as before, she allows him to return the favor. And so the cycle continues, with him defeating the king, as in recent centuries. However, now he is firm in his mission, naming himself the Queen of the Paradise of Shadows, believing that he accepted that hero role one day, with the mission to save everything, to the point of ceasing to worry about himself. But everything changed when a boy promised to stand by her side, being the first person in her entire lonely life to worry about her, clearly leaving her smit. And the Reaper was glad that her old friend had fallen into the clutches of love. But she doubted Corrin's choice in taking such a little powerful object, this being the orb of the god of death, which allows attacks to hit the mark, ignoring defenses and separating the body from the soul. However, its full functionality was reserved only for the Reaper, and it was barely useful for humans, especially for those who did not perceive spirits like Corrin, and despite this, the balance considered the deal fair, intriguing the Reaper even more. And so we return to Nasrai, where the Kang Inn awaits the teams, the first to enter being Yuhua's, followed by Marge's with crushing results, but it seems that Boraim is the best, with Yeger throwing in the towel, and Kang writes off the Mandrake bandits as lost, just like Kang, who calls them fools, confident that Corrin won't make it, reassuring himself with his academy's advantage. And at that moment, Corrin and Alicia arrived, delayed by a small snack, this time because Corrin couldn't stand the hunger, arguing about it, until Kang interrupted them, demanding to see their results, and Corey showed a huge stone that placed them in the ranking. But the next two stones they handed over were evidence that the bosses had been defeated, only lacking a small piece from Jeragal, thus accumulating many points and winning first place. And so everything ends with the duo heading to the school. Ayalicha asks Corey if he would return to Nasrai, and upon being discovered, he accepted, and so she promises him that when he does, she and Marie will go with him, asking him to stop doing things alone because it worries them. Corrin feels bad about this, but prefers them to rest for the moment, and now he is confident about having obtained the Orb of Death, which could be useful to save the arrogant Ran. However, upon returning, he discovers that she is already arrested, and now the story of Ran is told to us, who long ago was a small and cheerful girl, loved by her cousin Yua and all her family. However, she was plagued by a rare disease known as the Ice Constitution, a legendary curse that generated an enormous amount of yin energy in her body, crushing the yang energy, generating a great imbalance in her body. Her father Kang Yu tried to save her, but there was no cure for this disease, and thus the two misfortunes occurred in the family. The first was the curse Ran was born with, and the second was a father willing to do anything for his daughter. Kang Yu, one of the best spiritists of his generation, sought all possible means to generate enough yang energy. That counteracted Jin's energy, but he found nothing in the human world, so he changed focus, seeking to drain that energy from Jin, finding a living being capable of absorbing it, a Haiyanshi. And so he performed a ritual with Ran, and from it emerged the living Haiyanshi Wa, and now we return to the confrontation between Jin and Ran. Jin on his part is full of fury, while she, confused, remembers the massacre she caused. While Jin looked at her with disgust, considering her a monster pretending to be human, which threw her off balance, unable to react. She heard them accuse her of usurping Ran's body, falling into a state of anxiety, demanding that the body was not hers, while she remembered all the deaths she had caused. And the voices from the grave begged for her death. Putrid bodies emerged from the earth trying to drag and hang her, making it clear that she should never have been born. Already terrified, she sees how the rotten corpse is now the ghost of the original owner of the body, who asked her to give it back. Desperate, Wa unleashed a heartbreaking scream, claiming the body as hers, which uncontrolled her power, and chains imprisoned her, while Josephine and several guards rushed to stop her, and Wa screamed crazily that she deserved the body, and she wouldn't let go of it, and that's why she was now arrested. Corrin asked Josephine if she had captured her using talismans. She, no longer surprised by how well-informed Corrin was, confirmed it by explaining that Sino chains were used, and the amulet of Histella, although one of them was burned in battle. This led the bishop to accuse Ran of violent acts, returning her to Khan in the east. Corrin felt they had exaggerated the decision, and even blamed the academy for the loss of control. And then the director entered, demanding an explanation of how Corrin knew that. However, both already understood that both the church and Kang had caused the incident. Therefore, the protagonist initiated actions, asking for the trust and help of the director and Josephine in this new event. Remembering that unlike previous levels, this was not a simple battle, which depending on the narrative and affinity, he had to choose between saving Ran or Wa, and although the easy choice was to pick one. As that son had done, but Korin played to save everyone. Meanwhile, in a cell, Wa, still mentally altered, receives a visit from Kang, who introduces himself as the uncle of the real body's owner. However, the girl does not accept him, nor does she intend to release the body, and Kang then revealed his true intentions, to exterminate all humans in that land. And confused, Wa listened to the original Eren asking her not to obey, while Kang promised her total control of her body. And so 2 days passed, and the festival continued its course, and Korin prepared his plan. Although first he wanted to know how Marie had done in her street stall, and Marie using products obtained directly from her family company and selling them at triple their cost, managed to make a lot of money, exciting the greedy Korin. Later, Korin visited a mana stone throwing stall. The person in charge gave him a free throw, thanks to Marie's beauty, and she, surprised by how strangely soft the mana stones were, noticed they could be molded. And that being defective, they exploded easily and Korin threw one, using all his pressure, managing to hit the target, and knowing that these stones were used to cheat in the game. But upon understanding their process, he planned to use them well, and so he bought all of them, and ready to use them in his plans, he laughed sinisterly, scaring Marie, whom he assigned the mission to find a carriage, and so Korin prepared the ground for his awakening. In the carriage, Wa received a peach that uncontrolled her power, delivered by Yua, however she doubted it would work, since Wa kept insisting on keeping the body, so a cold Yua made it clear that body was never hers, and that when they extracted her, Wa would be reduced to nothing or just a spirit, and this is what terrified Wa. And at that moment, they were hit by a distorted carriage, which sent the Boromei trio flying, who emerged unharmed, astonished by the strength of the opponents they faced, getting trapped in the Blood Realm. While in the middle of the chaos, the bandits took everything valuable, including Wa, who was claimed as property of the Immortal Lodge. Meanwhile, at the Academy, Josephine received news of the attack on Boromei's VIPS and Rand's kidnapping. This caused her to explode after 35 years of containment, shouting a series of untranslatable words. And back in the forest, the bandits flee with Ran, who complains about being rescued. Connie tells her that after hearing what happened, she got worried, because if she went with Can, nothing good would happen. She assures him that she has nothing to do with it. But for him, they are companions, and he is glad to see that they avoided separating her soul. The bandits eventually receive payment and go their way, leaving false clues to mislead. And they happily bid farewell to the Immortal Lodge, who admires how happy money makes people. And now Korin must deal with the grumpy Ran, who due to the peach she consumed would have a slight fever. And despite that, they continued, carrying the girl who was very light, and she blushed the whole way, either due to the fever or nervousness, asking to be put down. Meanwhile, the Boraim were trapped in Marie's blood domain, who watched them from a distance, confident in being able to hold them, and not expecting that inside, the chaos caused by Boromei ended up breaking the domain, leaving a hole where Yua escapes, with Mari recognizing that her beloved is in clear danger. Korin, for his part, continues dealing with Wa, who is waiting due to the heavy rain, forcing him to seek shelter. When a shadow appeared quickly, it was Yua, who was disappointed to find them so quickly. Attacking with daggers, Korin failed to dodge one of the attacks and received a wound. Wa worriedly wanted to help him, but he assured her he was fine, leaving the girl resting while he tried to face Yua. She was surprised that Korin didn't try to flee, and Yua commented on how useless it was to stay, although she enjoyed seeing that the boy thought fighting was his best option. And the fight began. The strong clashes between the two appeared, leaving them even, but Yua with a powerful blow threw Korin through the air, barely managing to block the attack, and he recognized her by her nickname, the Sword Fairy, the strongest woman in her academy, known for her imposing aura, which was so great perhaps. It was visible as she attacked him again, and she was annoyed that Korin held back by not using his aura. And Korin, aware of his extirpated Duke Sebent's core, currently possesses a great abandoned power like a obstructed dam that is not convenient for him to use. But Yugo is determined to see that power by jumping as high as possible to attack him with a unique cut, materializing the aura of a gigantic dragon. And Korin prepared to receive her with his sliding snake technique, causing a brutal clash of auras. And both were surprised by the impact, and Korin resisted the blow without scratches, while Yuhua, even more astonished, she noticed that he had used an attack with the intention of eliminating her, and seeing that the boy could complicate things. She asked him why he was protecting Hua. Korin, in his role as a bandit, replied that it was a kidnapping. Annoyed by his insistence on maintaining the lie, Hua stated that Wa was not human, but a monster that only caused destruction. As in the incident of the Moon Castle, Korin knew perfectly well what had happened, and that the real culprit was not there. That's why he thought they were fighting for no reason. He also warned her that the local dojos were very territorial. Yu-Gi-Oh understood nothing, until a quick cut surprises her, encountering the imposing aura of Alicia, who is seen as an accomplice, and she, giving a very bad performance, pretends to challenge her to a dojo duel. Attacking her clumsily, Yu-Gi-Oh logically doesn't believe any of it, but must deal with her, while she pretends not to know Korin, letting him continue with his kidnapping. And so Korin escapes, thanking Licha. Later he manages to find a hiding place, thanking the rain for hiding his trail. But this worsened his hostage's illness. Therefore, he must resort to an advanced healing elixir, and Wa barely consents. She sees that they are in an owlbear cave, in the center of a tree, and Korin, seeing her condition, decides to look for one of these to cover her with its skin. But just before leaving, a lightning bolt strikes heavily, and Wa, grabbing her leg, begs him not to leave her alone, and sometime later both are still in the cave. Remembering Wa's birth, when her eyes opened for the first time before Yu, her master, who with tears in his eyes called her daughter, convinced of having recovered her. The newborn Hyanchi called him dad out of pure survival instinct, and he decided to interpret Wa out of fear of what would happen if she lost the body. And the farce would fall, with Yu realizing the truth. At the same time, that the city's boss forced him to use Gua as a house beast, accustoming her to blood. Sometime later, Kang arrived to cure her, giving her the name Gua, although he only saw her as a piece for his plans. And with the abandonment of her supposed father, she only obeyed the lord of the castle, the imperial family, and the Taoist sages, eliminating beasts, spirits, and humans alike. Those fractions of memory fragments haunted her, convincing her that she had crushed the weak soul of the original Ran. Thus the celestial Yaksha was born. And in the present, Korin covered Wa with a blanket while she complained, and ignoring her, he wrapped her completely and asked her to go back to sleep. The now shy and adorable Wa, confused, asked him if he wanted something from her. And Korin, remembering how everyone who met her sought something from her, a daughter, a cousin, or a weapon of mass destruction, so he simply replied to her, the same as when they met, there is no sin in being born. Even hearing this she blushed, but quickly got angry, affirming that not even masters would say such a thing to a monster like her. She got upset thinking that with those ideas, Korin believed he would save the world. She admits she didn't know if she would succeed, but made it clear that she didn't care, since her goal was to save those she knew, those with tragic destinies, feeling responsible as the only remaining player. Gua, speechless, wrapped herself tenderly in the sheet and told him sincerely. She was terrified because everyone told her she should return that body, and although she didn't know what the right thing was, she couldn't accept it, as she was terrified to think what would happen to her, and she asked Korin if she should do it, to which he undoubtedly replied yes, dispelling Gua's last hope. However, Korin suggests that by doing so, they agree on a rental contract, so they can share the body. Wa shyly affirmed that those things were human things, not for monsters, but for Korin, her origin didn't matter, as he had met humans worse than monsters and two-faced heroes who massacred innocents, expressing that he would wait for her decision and help her until then, turning his back with full confidence for her to sleep. Wa had a clear decision: she would not return the body, however she fell for his words, fearing that by saying it, she would lose the only person who had helped her, strongly resisting staying alone, and later both search for something in the forest, a tree struck by lightning, with the protagonist commenting that Hyanches also have weaknesses, like the wood of these trees, used to drive away evil spirits, and so Wa consumes it, being able to momentarily balance her yin side, and Yang, reducing her Hyanchi characteristics. Confused, Wa receives it, but upon hearing that this will make her lose control of her body, she throws it away immediately, but Korin picks it up, hoping she takes responsibility and doesn't live a life of gain without consequences. Like the madman Zizu ended up, placing the wood in her hand again, but she, furious, remains clear in her decision. But before saying it, they are interrupted by Jin, with an enormous aura of hatred, mocking the girl. Korin asked Wa to stay behind, knowing they couldn't escape with Jin and Yua. Chasing him relentlessly, and determined to finish it, Korin attacked. But this was blocked, and he remembered that he is still in his role as the Immortal Lodge. But he had forgotten his disguise, and Jin launched a brutal kick, making Korin step back, who noticed Jin's steel leg, courtesy of Gua, and Korin recognizes his strength in using spells without reciting them, asking him to show more, while attacking him at full speed, making Jin dance as he dodges every blow. And the pressure of each impact barely keeps him standing, noticing that Korin is even faster than his cousin. And when Jin takes advantage of a lapse in Korin's guard, throwing a blow that the protagonist barely blocks. Suddenly, a voice surprises him, followed by a shower of talismans surrounding Korin, courtesy of Kang, who imprisons him with the power of the 8 formations. These do not allow him to use his muscles or his energy. Finding himself trapped, Korin asks Wuk to escape, but Kang stops her with a seal that numbs the High-Inch's personality, leaving everything ready for the ritual, being prepared to recover Ran, and leaving Korin at the mercy of the beasts to suffer his punishment. Unable to move, he screamed desperately for his friends, giving up everything as lost. However, when the Boromir moved far enough away, he started to laugh like a madman, knowing that everything was going according to plan. And the wolves stalk Korin, but a pair of golden alphas drive away the normal wolves to claim their prey. Or so it seemed, since they really go for the talismans, freeing the boy and starting to talk to him. One admires his performance, and the other feels he exaggerated, and both transform, revealing themselves as Ren. And Ron, to whom Korin asks if they did all his errands, and the beast girl affirms that Riene will take care of it. Although he didn't understand the point of what Korin was doing, who confidently prepares a small fraud. For her part, Yua is furious with the bishop for failing to get the stolen materials. He smiled forcefully, but inside he is furious at being underestimated by the girl, seeing how his church has lost so much power that it now needs them. And still, he affirms that he got the new materials from a merchant renowned in the East, specifically the Mandragora Company, a name that sounds familiar to Yua, and later Kang receives the materials with satisfaction, knowing that he was ready for Yua's ritual, while she still held in her hand the wood that Korin gave her. However, Kang had to start the end of the group event, which Yua's team would face Deborah Med against the team of Alich and Marie from the Merkava Academy, with those present affirming that Korin had been disqualified for not having assistance in the duo tournaments. And in this event, however, Edgar, who presents the event, is surprised to see a person full of energy in the arena raising his spear, promising that those who follow him will shine on their path to Valhalla, being recognized and praised by his team as the Immortal Lodge, who asks for the event to begin. Kang recognizes him as a persistent nuisance and starts the event using the 8-door formation, a game with changing corridors where one must recover the dragon's signal to win. Simultaneously, Kang covers the entire arena, transforming it into a labyrinth dividing the teams, worrying everyone except Korin, who remained calm, knowing that when the final ended, the ritual would also end, and Kang interrupted the broadcast so that spectators could not see the inside of the labyrinth, and he sent Yuga and Jin to protect the central base, the Black Torture statue. Meanwhile, Korin analyzes the formation with Licha, who begins to feel uncomfortable with his makeup, since it awakens strangeness and a sudden feeling of calling him boss. But they must concentrate on the labyrinth, formed by the 4 divine beasts, the most important being the Black Turtle, where they quickly arrive to face Yugwai and Jin, who are confused about how they got there so easily. And Licha, doubtful, thought they might need reinforcements, but Korin preferred to deal with them while Marie took care of the other statues. Yugua, devoted, didn't understand how they managed to get through her uncle's traps, something difficult even for geniuses. And Korin answered her doubts, explaining that the item he had recently bought had a dragging rune. Yugua, still confused, remembered how the objects for the ritual were stolen, and then bought at the last minute from the Mandragora Company, putting the pieces together until discovering the obvious deception, which Korin confirmed, infuriating the girl, who attacked Licha, forcing her to retreat. Korin took the opportunity to mock her about her recent defeat at the hands of Yua, although she affirmed that she let herself be beaten because he ordered her to. Being very bad at acting defeated, this hit Yua's ego, and Jin added fuel to the fire. Annoyed, she asked him to stop holding back and attack with all his strength, and Korin and Licha accepted the challenge. The Boraim team unleashed all their power, releasing a large amount of energy, while Korin and Licha also did the same, preparing for a final strike, generating an enormous explosion. And the losers were Jin's steel leg and Yuga's sword, both destroyed. Despite this, the two got up, without giving up, ready to fight until their last breath, driven by their hatred for Zagwa and their desire to save Ran, determined to give it their all. However, Korin destroying the turtle statue revealed the truth. Inside was the head of a hellish being he recognized as Toddy, one of the four evils opposed to the four divine beasts that symbolized chaos and destruction. The confused boys thought it was a trick, unable to distrust their uncle, but Korin made it clear. The ritual Kang planned was not to recover Ran, but to eradicate the original soul and allow the Haiyanshi to take control, noting that Kang waited 3 years since witnessing the power of the Haiyanshi created by his brother, blinded by the desperation to recover his daughter, not knowing what he had really created. That's why he was blamed for the incident in the castle and executed, taking the place of the real culprit and creator of the celestial yaksha, Kang, who never imagined that his brother would have Josephine as a last resort, and the director as guardians of Warren, and desperate to get away from his objective, he met Tate Baltazar, who offered him help in exchange for something very simple for him, a massacre. The mission he assigned was to gather as many academy students as possible so that Iren would have to come out. And accepting the tempting offer, and fueled by his null interest in life, he was willing to destroy the city. Iken began to create the formation, using Zenon's broken chains, which were the only things keeping Wa connected, and avoiding the destruction of Ran's soul. And once finished, he would deliver the flesh pill of 1,000 humans, with which Hu would ascend, laughing maniacally at his plan, until Korin interrupted, stating that it was a boring plan. His nephews, hearing this, question him, hoping it is all a lie. He, furious at seeing that they did not fulfill their mission, called them useless, making them worthless to him. That's why he began to release his blood technique, covering the entire arena. This technique was supposed to liquefy everyone who entered, turning them into a blood pill. And Korin remembered how the golden bat had made the best warriors tremble. With that background, he knew no one could face Warren. Luckily, he affirmed that the weapon sales industry was corrupt, a statement with which he would dispel Kang's technique. And then he proceeded to explain that they had stolen the objects for the ritual, placing runes on them so that Marie could track them, thus stopping Hu's ascension. With this, Kang, desperate, released the seal, not expecting to attack so soon. With Korin being his opponent, Jin wanted to help, but Juwa stops him, admitting they are useless there, so they have to take another mission. And the protagonist explains the plan to Licha, having to repeat the same model they used with the Mountain King. He would go to the front, while she prepared the final blow. The explosions from the battle were enormous. Licha watched astonished as Korin amplified his commandment and increased his aura core, crossing the battlefield as if he were a meteor. And she, seeing him, doubted that anyone so strong could be as strong as him. Ironically, in front of him was the celestial Jack Cha, who barely felt tingles. Korin knew it. Although he was giving his all for just 1 minute, he couldn't even move the natural disaster that was Wa, who was preparing her counterattack. And Korin barely dodged when Alicha warned him. But he was pursued and received a brutal kick that sent him flying through the air, crashing against a wall. He also emerged from the impact in pain, almost without strength, recognizing that he was weak compared to his opponent. His body was shattered just by keeping up with him, and he got up just in time to see Ryua launching directly towards him. And with no energy to dodge or regenerate, she accepted her fate, ready to disappear with that blow. However, she did not give up and faced him, just when she was about to receive the impact. An enormous territorial strike crossed Wa. It was Alicia, who, worried about Korin, had moved inside the territory, forcing her body until shattering all her bones, and they didn't even have time to think about it. When Wa attacked again, concentrating her demonic energy into a punch, Alicia bravely prepared to receive the impact. And Korin, worried about her, ran towards the impact site, which generated a large explosion. And from the ruins, only Wa emerged. Luckily, Korin and Alicia managed to save themselves by hiding, and Korin scolded his friend, who, exhausted and smiling, told him that she moved on instinct, while Korin worriedly gave her the special elixir, fearing that due to excessive damage, she would be paralyzed or worse. And Korin observes how his plan to buy time, while Mari took care of the statues, and took advantage of Wa being weak for Alicia to finish her off, did not turn out as expected, and not counting that Alicia would save her, causing so much damage in the process, and that Wa would be much stronger than he thought. And unable to blame his friend for saving his life, he thanked her. Alicia, worried about Korin, let him know that the consecutive fights had exhausted 2 of his cores, and he, thinking he only had the Duke's core left, believed his body wouldn't withstand it. And Alicia interrupted him, pointing out that throughout the battle, Wa never used her left hand, in which she was holding something, and Korin happily remembered the heavy burden he had given her, which she still carries, trusting that only she could decide, and so he returned to combat with renewed energy, remembering how he wanted to prevent it from ending as it did, asking her to make a decision when he gave her the piece of wood. And although she seemed decided at that moment, currently she is still fighting, so the uncontrolled Wa sees Korin return prepared and ready for the second round, remembering at the last moment that when Ansha leaves, she gave him her core. She also gave him the demonic attribute, and inspired by how it filled his combat sword with power, Korin decided to emulate the great hero of history, activating his first demonic lance technique, releasing his aura and launching the attack at the same time as Wa, and thus the clash of powers began. Both seemed evenly matched, and for Korin, this was not a simple fight between warriors, but a confrontation between 2 myths, the celestial Yaksha against the Duke of Savansha. And so they were completely balanced, even astonishing Kang, who, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing, he demanded that Wacky finish off her opponent once and for all. She heard him and prepared a punch with all her strength. Korin had to respond with his lance, initiating another clash of power, observing that his rival possessed a great, incalculable amount of aura, only being able to release a part with each blow, which gave Korin the opportunity to match that strength to stay standing, enduring the blows as best he could, using the Duke's aura, which kept him level. Although the cost was that his body slowly shattered, and his muscles began to feel heavy, it became harder and harder to wield his lance, and his tendons began to rupture, but Korin could not stop, not while Wa was also fighting herself, and yet her body reached its limit. Unable to resist any longer, Korin began to receive the attacks directly, until Wu left a small gap in her defense, causing Korin to take advantage of this, taking a step that put his life at risk, using his left arm as if it were a lance, channeling all his energy in the final effort, and their gazes crossed just before the blow connected. The impact was colossal, and Korin, without energy, fell to the ground with his body shattered. But with his objective fulfilled, while she spat blood, for the first time, the absolute defense of the celestial Yaksha had been broken. However, it was an empty victory. Because Wa remained standing, Korin understood that his end was near, and Kang, excited, shouted at Wa to finish it once and for all. And Korin, unable to move, saw her murderous gaze, but suddenly she seems to recognize him. At that moment, Zenon's chains began to capture her, and the protagonist happily saw how all that effort was rewarded, with Mari and the Borome boys destroying the statues and finishing the ritual, while Josephine immobilized Khan, and with the immediate danger neutralized, Korin proceeded to the next step, removing the amulet that was driving Wa mad to help her awaken. And despite her blurred vision, Wa managed to recognize her savior, and still confused asked him why he had helped her. He replied that as he had promised her, he would support her until she made a decision. And she wanted to prove that she was not a monster, remembering Korin's words, "You are not born a monster, but choices determine it." However, choice is impossible. The burned wood was dust, and she, altered, wants to prove she is not a monster to respond to Korin's trust, who simply gives up on that, falling into her arms and affirming that there are still other ways. And she doubts that after all she did, she can prove she is not a monster. But embracing her, he tells her they will find out together, making her burst into tears. And so Kang is locked up after the ritual's failure, and everything followed its course according to the protagonist's plan, who had prepared an action plan where Josephine and the director should hide everything related to the ritual to avoid attracting more interest and hatred towards the true victim, which is Wa. And now Josephine is reporting everything to the very wounded Korin, who also accepts his kind compensation for damages. Josephine, still not trusting him, thanks him for all his work, and he assures her that one day they will trust him. She hopes so, leaving, reminding him that the festival is not over yet, leaving the door open for Marie to enter. Throwing herself immediately onto Corin, worried about him, she checks him completely, feeling sad that he always ends up in the hospital, crying in front of him. This makes him feel bad, although he is also worried about her, since she destroyed all the statues alone. She admitted to receiving help from Yuga and Jin, whom she still doesn't trust. However, Corin defends them, affirming that they were only seeking revenge or saving someone, being manipulated by Khan, hoping that Marie doesn't give information to the wrong people. And she recognized his maturity, despite being younger, so Corin suggested that in that case she call him Oppa. Marie, clearly annoyed, flatly refused, accusing him of what she considered a strange fetish. Although she is more worried that Corin keeps getting hurt in the future, and she knew that as a simple substitute player. With the mission to save the world, it was obvious what accepting the suffering involved meant, and Marie understood it. And with a big smile, she offered to fight by his side, and Corin happily remembered that the only way to face the powerful, evil and ambitious villains of the future was working together, and he took her hand, as both began to plan about the guild they would lead. Just then Licha appeared, bandaged like a mummy, whom Corin mocks even though it was his fault, that it would end up like this. And because of that his attitude changes, and with a big smile he thanks her for saving him, making her nervous. However, Licha needs more time to recover, which means missing the festival bonfire, leaving her disappointed, and Corin remembers that he had lived that event, but knew that for her it would be something new, so with compassion, he offered her an extremely elegant dress for the next dance. This annoyed the vampiric girl a bit, and her terrifying aura grew as Corin tried to get Alicia to call her Oppa. And he also calculated the money earned from the inns, and Marie interrupted the conversation with a bloody look, demanding the rest of the guild members' names, and Corin began mentioning Alicia, who noticed her aura. Then he added Queen Claire, which increased Marie's anger upon hearing about another woman. And Corin, not noticing her fury, described the queen as pretty and excellent for gathering information, continuing by mentioning Ren and Ron, and then Joel, whom they still needed to recruit. However, being so close, Connie doubted he would refuse, and Mary was getting increasingly furious, and Alicia more terrified, until the Vampirska's patience ran out upon hearing Corin mention Ran. Shattering her pen, and with a sadistic smile, she approached, terrifying the protagonist. On the other hand, Wa's story continued, after being feared and despised for her strength, with which she justified her decision to keep the body she had stolen captive. However, when Corin prevented her from harming many people, that soul that resisted asking for help, she received it without asking for it, along with the confidence to make a decision. That kindness pierced her heart, although she didn't know how to react to these new feelings. Wa hated how she felt, and even more so the boy who provoked her, who just arrived to visit her. However, he couldn't talk much with her, as Wa wants to find a way to bring Ran back, and Corin moves his hand towards her. But Wa, trembling, asked him to take her to eat some fish first. Her terrified look made Corin indulge her, promising her they would go when everything is over. And later, while Wa was flying, Corin prepared his spear, equipped with the Orb of the God of Death, a mythical rank artifact. Although the object had perfect precision, it only worked correctly in the hands of the god. In the hands of a human, its precision decreased, and Corin, not perceiving spirits, verified that the pressure was practically null. However, his objective was the same as with the mana stones, never looking for a direct hit, but rather the dispersion rate, which increased the worse the precision was, generating an expansive wave of mana. The wave hit Wa, who collapsed on the ground, and Corin caught her just in time, asking her if she was all right. And to his surprise, he met a smiling blue-eyed girl who sweetly called him Oppa, words that reached the fetishist Corin directly in the heart, remembering how his friends had refused to call him that, even calling him old man, being conquered from the beginning by Ran, who clearly knew what he desired. Insanely that Wa had been calling her that for a long time, and with that Corin understood that Ran had been watching everything that happened. As she pulled away from his arms, Corin asked her if she didn't hold a grudge, she testing her legs again. She played like a child, being sincere, admitting that at first she did hate Wa, blaming her for her body. But Wa never listened to her, and those visions that tormented her were her anxiety and fear, a feeling they shared, and upon understanding this, Ran left her hatred behind, surprising Corin with her maturity. But she felt she had to do it, as she was Wa's older sister. Corin sees her happily. When Ran asks him if he would save her again, he doesn't hesitate and says he would be there to help her, blushing and making her admit that they share all tastes with Wal, getting close to his ear to whisper that this included her tastes in men. And then touching his chest, she hinted at the benefits of having 2 wives in one, which made the protagonist nervous, who didn't know how to respond. And finally, legality, One and Corin rejected her, considering that he should at least ask his body's roomie for an opinion. Ran, laughing, thanked him with a kiss on the cheek, before collapsing onto his chest. And a worried Corin saw that the one raising her gaze was Gwa, with a murderous expression, trying to deny everything Ran had said, before leaving, arguing with her, not without first inviting him to dinner. And Corin interpreted this as a childish way of thanking him, although Ran's quacking left him confused. Later, the church men complain about everything invested in the festival, looking to use the opportunity so that through a secret tunnel, a group of warriors will try to overthrow the princess. However, they are defeated by Corin, who doesn't stay last and leaves the rest to Josephine, who will take care of the matter, although she still doubts all the knowledge Corin has. But she is grateful to have him as her ally. For her part, on her bed lies an invulnerable being with an advanced metabolism, Wa, or so she said to justify her laziness, who continues trying to sleep, being bothered by the desperate Ran, who tries unsuccessfully to wake her up, until both are alerted by a noise, going down to find a completely asleep Corin on the floor. Ran plans to annoy him, while Wa only approaches out of curiosity to poke his cheek. And Ran mockingly insisted that she was in love with Corin, but she denied it, although she was about to confess something. However, instead of saying it, she continued poking his cheek, failing to wake him until a jealous Mari appeared, summoning Dugu to take Corin home, but Wa preferred to leave him there. However, Mari was determined to have breakfast with him, which made the demonic girl jealous, and later in class, Corin was more attentive to his new stats. Among them stood out a third core, surpassing most knights who barely managed to have one of that level. And he had achieved this thanks to the Duke and the Silver Mandragora, besides having raised his aura to a new level. As did Kalicha, who got a new core after almost dying in the territory, and now Corin sees her new demonic energy, which increased her strength and mana by 20%. However, she didn't know how to use it, which meant she had to practice. And during the class, like many other students, he was little interested in the lesson. And Professor Lulara, with a sarcastic smile, seemed to plan to check their notes. And Corin feared that as punishment, they would force him to clean the dusty and suffocating alchemy classroom, which would ruin his free afternoon. Then a hand approached dangerously close to his, without remembering that Yeger was next to him. He decided to dodge, but she insisted, managing to capture him, only to look up and find Ran, who, pulling his hand, offered to show him her notes, and Corin nervously accepted, unable to free his hand, with Ran inviting him to lunch and calling him Oppa, being so loud that it drew the attention of the class, and of an attentive Dugu, who takes note of what his father is doing, while he asks him about Gua, who apparently fell asleep in class, and after it, both walked together, and Corin asked about Yuga. And Jin, both having been manipulated, were not blamed for Kang's actions, who would instead be unofficially executed. And Yuga, for his part, would assume leadership of the family, responsible for, among other things, marriages. And to this, Ran, in a sickeningly sweet manner, affirmed that she already had the blessing, hugging him, making Corin beg for Wa to wake up soon. For her part, a furious Marie received the report from Dugu, who barked out what happened between Ran and Corin, and after analyzing it, she understood that they were not really a couple, and that the caresses they exchanged were more an act of predation than affection. However, her feminine side ascended in jealousy upon hearing about Ran, about Corin's Oppa fetish, and the advantages of having 2 wives, causing her to make a decision about it, thinking of taking measures, such as offering him a potato farm or even a diamond mine. She also considered the possibility of making herself look sexy for him, but ended up changing her mind. And with her aura growing, she made the jackal nervous, to whom she ends up asking for advice on male tastes. He, with all the confidence a dog can have, suggests bones and blood, and later Marie followed the advice to the letter, bringing him a very special dish, which basically consisted of coagulated blood with meat. Corin tasted it, and to his surprise, he loved it, reminding him of the seasoning of his home, eating enthusiastically. But just before congratulating the chef, he noticed that the system indicated he had received a strength buff. And sweating nervously, he asked Mari if the blood used was what he was thinking, and her expression gave her away. Luckily for him, Corin enjoyed that type of bondage, and feeling happy about the buff. He hugged her tightly, while Mari thought her jackal's advice had been excellent. For her part, Josephine hears Wa telling her a story about a friend, even though she didn't have one. In the story, the supposed friend was deeply in love, but didn't know how to express it. Josephine quickly put the pieces together. The demigoddess, after all, was still a girl capable of falling in love. And the only possible candidate was Corinne, who strangely was quite popular among women, and the only one who related to Wa, besides being an excellent student and warrior. And although, according to some reports, he even had the reputation of being a womanizer and swindler, with these antecedents, she has nothing left to say but that Wa is surrounded by women, leaving her little chance since an alpha like Corin doesn't look for girls, but rather they rain down on him. Well, she didn't say it exactly like that, but that was the essence, so she gives him her best advice. Techniques learned in her youth 100 years ago from her only romantic reference in her entire life, a book called 101 Ways to Capture a Man. And with this, she invites her to be bold and eliminate the competition. After this, she returns her to the academy, where unfortunately she runs into Dugo, guarding the door, while Marion rides Corin to drink his blood, making very suggestive noises, unleashing Gua's jealousy, who doesn't know how to control her feelings, seeing that she wasn't special to Corin as she thought, since he is kind to all the girls and deals with his pain in silence, until she sees Mari savoring Corin's neck too much, observing her with an expression of victory, leaving Wa paralyzed, so that Ran can take over, who is determined to get rid of the obstacles. And later Alicia excitedly devours her dessert with all her friends, while a surprised Corin couldn't believe how that situation had ended, since he only wanted to clear his head before his next mission, but ended up coincidentally meeting Yeager, Lark, Alexia, and followed by Mari and Ran. The latter didn't take long to take the lead, beating Mari to offer Corin a dessert, and then wanting to try Mari's, making the boy feed it to her by mouth. But before he could do it, the vampiric girl smashed the whole thing in his face. Surprisingly, this didn't unleash a bloodbath, but only an intense verbal fight between the girls, charged with such a terrifying atmosphere that it tensed up Corin and also Yeager. And after agreeing that it was dangerous to stay there, all the men at the table did the most logical thing: to flee, blaming the womanizer for the problem, and the only one trapped was Alicia, who with no escape was in the middle of the fake but terrifying smiles of the girls, who were arguing about who would take Corin on vacation. Alicia, with no choice, ended up revealing that the womanizer already planned to go to her house. And those murderous vibes reached the bathroom, where Corin, unaware of what was happening, was busy with his own. And so Alicia recounted the work plans, although they sounded a bit romantic. And first, they would fulfill the mission in the east, and then they would return together for a solar eclipse, receiving the hatred of the two women, while Corin, still in the bathroom, remembers how a few days earlier, Jewel informed him that a spirit from the east brought him the information Corin had requested: the location of the druid Usquias and the land of Findias, where according to him, one of the 4 great treasures is hidden. Clyam Selassie's, protected by Usquias, land that in the game was only part of the story, since it would be handed over along with its treasures to Baltazar, before the player knew they existed. However, after Zizou's failure, Corin understood that it wasn't enough to become stronger, but he also had to weaken his enemies, taking advantage of the map he had gotten from Fernac, knowing the location of the Findia's sun, and the only time he could obtain it would be when the sun was at its weakest point, which would turn the solar eclipse during those holidays into the best opportunity. And with the information Eel provided him, he began to prepare everything to go for the treasure and foil Balthazar's plans. And in the present, Marie meekly and nervously explains all this, continuing to tell him that she is also going with Alicia to look for a madman who will help him master Savanch's techniques. Having to face the terrifying aura of the vampire, and despite her jealousy, she gave him a symbol of her family, which would guarantee him the support of his allies. She also made sure to make it clear to him that he was very special to her, and that she would soon travel east to help him, giving him instructions as if he were a child, and Mary made Corin prefer to retreat to his room. However, before he could do so, She stopped him, demanding a little suck. Resigned, he accepted, since they wouldn't see each other for a while. Finally, he arrived exhausted in his room, having lost more blood than expected, ready to rest only to find the two-in-one lying on his bed. Jokwon complains about how long he took to bathe, but he was interested in knowing why she was there. She made it clear that they would sleep together, and although he protested, he ended up giving and remembering that they had already slept together in the cave. And to avoid an unnecessary argument, he started to undress, but received a pillow slap from Hwa, who made it clear that she wasn't ready for that yet. And with no other options, the protagonist put on his pajamas resignedly. More comfortable now, Hwa ended up complaining about the pillow and used Korin's arm as support. And before sleeping, she asked him not to hurt himself on his trip east, and Korin was amused to see her concern. While she admitted that it hurt her to see him injured, knowing she couldn't prevent it, she promised to protect him next time. And although she understood that he would keep getting hurt, she hoped that at least he wouldn't overdo it. These words being one more motivation to keep going. And the next day, while having breakfast at Jules, Korin read the news about Alicia's victory against her sister, which positioned her as the future heir to the Ardens. This took him by surprise, and although the protagonist is more interested in the trip, he asks the girls, and they packed what was necessary. They affirm they are ready to go, wearing only a coat, which amuses Korin, who knows well that they will regret it. And so while flying over huge creatures at full speed, Alicia and Jewel suffer the harshness of the wind, both regretting it, while the protagonist with his comfortable goggles and masks mocks them. And so they continue until Alicia suddenly spotted something on the ground, a town that was about to be crushed by a herd of elephants. Hoping to be able to save them, he alerted Korin, who after assessing the situation decided to intervene and organize the team's movements. Julia used her roots to stop the monsters, while Alicia tried to cut them, only to be blocked, and Korin descended, trying to go directly for the leader of the herd. But the situation became complicated, and just then a group appeared out of nowhere, exterminating all the creatures with ease. And Cory recognized them immediately. They were demonic beast hunters from Arden. At first he thought they had identified Licha, but soon he understood it was not just that. And among the hunters was Lunia, who arrived with an imposing presence and clearly annoyed, not only reprimanding her sister for not being able to cut a bit of fat, but she also complained that they almost complicated their hunt. Korin assumed that her hostile attitude had to do with the article they had read about Alicia. However, to his surprise, Lunia simply gave them honey candies, which calmed Alicia a little, who, although nervous, calmed down. Korin, for his part, saw her as always a bit dry.